My family, the Yagami clan, once reigned supreme. Its legacy entwined with the eternal symbol of fire. But fire alone does not define its power. Beneath the radiant glow lay a secret, a shadow unseen by the eyes of the world. On the day when the flames of our clan were extinguished, my elder brother chose the path of silence, bearing the weight alone. But I swore to fight back. Why did you do this? The fire blazes with light, but the shadow fuels the fight. My family, the Yagami clan, once reigned supreme. Its legacy entwined with the eternal symbol of fire. But fire alone does not define its power. Beneath the radiant glow lay a secret, a shadow unseen by the eyes of the world. On the day when the flames of our clan were extinguished, my elder brother chose the path of silence, bearing the weight alone. But I swore to fight back.
Why did you do this?
The fire blazes with light, but the shadow fuels the fight. My family, the Yagami clan, once reigned supreme. Its legacy entwined with the eternal symbol of fire. But fire alone does not define its power. Beneath the radiant glow lay a secret, a shadow unseen by the eyes of the world. On the day when the flames of our clan were extinguished, my elder brother chose the path of silence, bearing the weight alone. But I swore to fight back.
Why did you do this?
The fire blazes with light, but the shadow fuels the fight.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. This is the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asia Fall 2025. Week 1 set the tone for the competition, but Week 2's pressure is even heavier. Every decision, every fight, and every point matters as a team battle to get ahead to set themselves for the grand finals. On the desk, I am Neptune the General Garcia, joined by the one and only Gideon Q, and we will be your casters all throughout the day.
Hey, it's great to be back one more time, Neptune, because Week 2... an interesting time to be alive, but more importantly, as we see these games continue to go by, we're looking for teams to qualify for at least the top 12 to get that free bye as we move on into the second phase.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, from what we've seen in the previous season, it's still a similar format that we're going to follow, and it makes things even energetic and exciting. Speaking of energy, we have the Red Bull right here, the gold can that everyone has been eyeing on, and I know that this brings not only the fire, but also the energy for the teams that will be competing for today.
Look, I love that mild taste. I'm looking for something that doesn't have too many calories in it, and this Red Bull product just hits all the right notes. Because at the end of the day, being able to strike and rise every single time is a difficult task, considering that we're going for B and C in terms of groups one more time. In terms of our top 3 predictions here, honestly, it's looking pretty similar. Evol's Divine, the Falcons, but the big difference is you're leaning into P Esports. I think WAG is doing pretty well, and I've been convinced by Husky. I listened to his preaching. I think he's right. Vietnam is coming in extremely hard this time. WAG might be the way to do it.
Actually, it's pretty close between the two teams. I mean, PE Sports and WAG. Just so happened that from last week, PE Sports performed a little better. But I do believe that WAG, as you did mention, and Huskies keep telling that WAG has a huge chance to perform even well, because we had that week's break, and there's a lot of potential teams that would be popping off this time around.
Yeah, I'm hoping that they pop off pretty hard here, because generally, based on what we've been seeing, Group C has been the generally the group that hasn't been doing too well, other than Team Falcons. Everybody else is either scrounging for points or already is qualified for that top 12, so they don't have either too much to worry about, or at the very least, they can start increasing their bracket ever so slightly. If I do the quick maths, I mean, Team Falcons already are setting an almost 50-point lead over everybody else, especially all the way up to like the 10th spot. And even then, from like 10th all the way to 12th, it's still a little iffy who's going to be able to kind of sit around in that top 12.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's tough, especially if you have a lead, or other teams will be having a lead. And not only Team Falcons, there's a lot, and most of them are also coming from Group A. But the focus right now is for Group B and C. And I'd love to see like Group C starting it off, because they can set the tone for the competition. The only problem there would be they will be left behind, especially if they don't do that much, because what's in the line is not only prestige, but also the prize pool, and the champion will be getting $100,000, and it goes down drastically if you end up in second place.
It really does. 60,000 USD immediately cut just because you missed out on that championship spot. And then it goes half, all the way down to 2.5 thousand if you're rank 18. Don't forget, there's still team MVPs, there's still plays of the day. Now, tournament timeline, right? We're already in week number 2 to finish off the knockout stages, and then we'll eventually go into phase 2. And once we get into phase 2 of week 3, week 4, week 5, and week 6, things are going to get more exciting before we hit to the grand finals happening on the 5th of October 2025.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, what's exciting right now is for the teams who's getting into the top 12 by the end of the week. Because as you did mention, they are the ones who's starting it off for the battle of number 1 once we get to the 3rd week all throughout. So this is the tournament format that we have right now. We have the knockout stage that is happening between 3 groups, and we've seen a lot of them already from last week. But the format would be in rotation for Group A, B, as well as in C, and it doesn't follow the same format every week. So right now we're going to start it off with B and C, and it's a different format for the following weeks, or for just for this week, because for the following week it would be a different approach overall, because we are getting into the second phase of the knockout stage, which is being shown right now.
When we get into the second phase of the knockout stage, after the teams have been ranked from 1 all the way to 18th, the top 12 teams are going to be playing it out to get the free bye into the grand finals. And then we'll start adding the 13th, the 14th, so on and so forth, until we've already filled those slots. Once those slots are filled out, the last of those 6 teams have that last chance qualifier, and of course we're playing on the traditional point system. This has not changed for all of our long-time and new-time viewers.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you get a Booyah, you get 12 points, and similar to what we've seen in the prize pool, if you get a second place, it drastically goes down to 9. But it goes down by 1 point up until the 10th, and 11 and 12 will not be getting anything. So it's more of the elimination that we need to stack up into if they're in that situation. But another thing that hasn't changed a lot is the tiebreaker rules. It is working, so there's nothing to fix. First, we go into number of Booyahs, and then followed by the total elimination. And if that doesn't fix the tiebreaker, we go for the survival rank of the final round.
Now, luckily, we haven't had to use the tiebreaker rules, and hopefully we keep it that way, considering that our format has done us phenomenally for the past couple of years for Free Fire Esports, keeping things exciting, keeping things fresh, but most importantly, every strategy is viable. Now, we are still playing on the one unique active skills. Every player has to have an active skill, but each player in a team needs to use a different active skill. So you can't double up on the same active skills unless you pick it up on the battlefield.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this makes it even more exciting when this unique active skill rule has been introduced, because there's a lot of options that the teams are using right now to make sure that it also adapts to their style. There's no more spam of Tatsuya or whatever that they need right now, especially those damaging active skill. But now we are starting off, or we are just taking a look at the grand finals format. We're far from this stage, but just set the expectation. For those who are getting into the grand finals, they need to race to 80 points. And if they got that on one match, the following match, they would need a Booyah to be declared the champion. But if no one gets it, the ones in the number 1 spot in the rankings would be declared as our champion.
Hey man, I mean, Evos Divine in Group B, who's playing today, has experienced that. Not finding that Booyah, but like still gotten so many points that it didn't matter anyways. They were just that far ahead of everybody else during EWC. But that's not all. We got Onyx, Todak, PE, PR, WAG. From Group C, we have Team Flash, BTR, Expand, GOW, Falcons, as well as Kagendra playing off today. And if we learned anything from last week between Group B and Group C during week number 1, we know that this is going to be exciting. Everybody was hyper aggressive. We were getting crazy numbers in terms of raw eliminations by the end of day 2.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's where the teams need to focus right now, because there's no cap in terms of elimination. And compared to placement point, yes, they can go for that, because there's also the Booyah plus the number of elimination that you can get if you get into the final circle. But if you can start it off early and then survive a little bit longer to beat anyone, and we've seen that happen so many times, those getting the Booyah doesn't always end up as number 1 for each match. So they managed to stack up a lot of points, taking the lead against everyone else.
I mean, I'm looking for things to change up, really, right? Because we saw how dominant Team Falcons as well as Evos Divine, given the fact that, you know, a lot of recovery really hindered them last week, but Onyx in particular, especially with up and rising teams like WAG. Even Team Flash has been able to secure a Booyah for themselves last week. Onyx Olympus is just one of those teams that you're hoping to get more points, considering that they were last season's champions.
Yeah, and one thing that surprises everyone is Onyx Olympus was the last to get into the grand finals, and first to even last to activate the champion rush condition. But they were the ones who first activate, or not only activated, but also grabbed the Booyah after activation. So there's a lot of potential, and I would say a lot of fans out there are saying it's more of luck for Onyx Olympus. I doubt that, because you won't be able to do that if you didn't study your opponent, if you don't study getting into the final circle and getting Booyahs overall. Yes, they didn't show it from knockout stage and even from some parts of the grand finals, but when it really matters, that's where you grab that Booyah. And it's not about luck. They made that happen for themselves.
luck is when the ring pulls to you, when you get the 50-50 right, but you also have to position yourself in terms of just raw points for you to qualify for that to begin with. And that's what Onyx Olympus was able to achieve last season. Coming this time around, now that we've played with this system for a little bit, between these two groups, I'm thinking that the Vietnamese squads are going to be guns blazing. I'm hoping that PE Sports keeps up their streak. Same goes for WAG, who are our part of our top 3 predictions. But you never really know, because based on what we saw, Indonesian teams, kinda yes, kinda no, right? Depending on the map, they do really, really well. And sometimes, especially for a team like Kagendra, who's so new, they've just kind of been vibe checking everyone. They're like, I'll hot drop you on this map, and then next week, maybe I'll hot drop somebody else on this map. You know, they're just going through the list of our 18 teams.
Yeah, exactly. And it's not the first time that we've seen that from an Indonesian team. Remember Bigatron, when they were introduced, they were the Falcon Hunters. And then once they're done with that task, they've done it so many times, they tried other teams like Brave United, even those Evo's Divide. So they know for a fact that they can challenge other teams. And what does it translate? You get a name for yourself. You also experience going against the top dogs, and when you get closer to, I would say, the world stage, like the Esports World Cup, you would know what to do. Compared to the other teams who are being passive, up close and personal, they're dying out quickly. So that's one thing that they're studying at this point, and this is why tournaments like this, from spring to fall, it's a marathon. It's a long-running game, because this gives them a chance to experience going against each team, whether it's third-party, long-range, CQC. This is where they learn and adapt. And you know how it is. Adaptability is important for a team to survive.
It's just like a workout, right? It's about the repetitions. And the fact that we have this long league format gives the opportunities for teams like Kagendra, teams of the sort, Todak even, Onyx Olympus, an opportunity to kind of see what's going on with the rest of what the meta is soon to be developing into. We've seen a couple of teams kind of pivot off of the Tetsuya, other teams who pair it up with the Oscar, and considering our randomized game schedule today, it's going to be Purgatory first, a large open wide map. We'll see a couple of comps there, but Solara has always been interesting. So far, the Indonesians have done well. I would put the Vietnamese almost in second here, because they're just as aggressive and they just know when to fight people.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, from Vietnam, I don't think anyone from this region has grabbed a booyah. But in terms of numbers, in terms of points, the Esports is always on a step ahead from the others as well, from the other teams in Vietnam. So one thing that surprises me is Bigatron, we know that they are the Solara Kings, but they didn't show that much from week 1. So I guess they're still studying some parts of these games to be able to maintain that title. But speaking of title, number 1 title goes to Team Falcons, but say what? No booyah, no problem, because they have a lot in terms of points.
They have been farming these lobbies, and at this point, is it necessary for them to farm any more? They're already about to break the 200 mark. They're literally 2 points away. I think they're in a really good spot overall, so if they want to take a chill to let some of the other teams catch up, I'm all for it, right? But the significant stats is from PE Sports, Lao Ho in particular. 1 booyah achieved already for this Vietnamese squad, but 27 eliminations, but his damage is what makes him outstanding.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, number of damage that he has done, especially in the long range, because he's the guy who is in charge of like oversight as well as giving initial damage before the rest of the teams go for that rush. And this is one reason as well why PE Sports is surviving and also keeping themselves on the top of the leaderboard. When we look at just Group B and C, they are second to Team Falcons. So I guess even with a 30-point lead against Team Falcons, if we look at it that way, they can still catch up if they will still have Lao Ho as oversight and survive a little bit longer towards the final circle.
Now, it'll be interesting to see the rest of his teammates' stats overall, because PE has adopted the strategy of, hey, if we're going to swing, we're all going to swing at once. It's never just one person going for the peak, and I think that's what PE Esports has been finding a lot of success in their pickoffs, because it's not just about one person landing a headshot. If 4 people land a body shot, that's more than enough to knock them down.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing I would say is in terms of elimination, the rest of the teams are not far behind. From what I'm looking at, LBT, Nero, even Nolan has so much, a few elimination that has been done as well, that even Lauho is somewhat in the middle. If you consider everything, not only elimination but also the assists. So it's more of a team effort that we are seeing from PE Sports, and hopefully this continues, because you don't want just one player popping off, and then if that player dies down, then that's where everything crumbles for the team.
And see, that's why I'm leaning a little more into WAG for my top 3 picks, because I feel like they're more adaptable over the long period of time that FFWS is going to be. And I mean, we've seen this plenty of times from PE Sports, that they start off decently well and then start to slow down almost to a grinding halt. And I'm just hoping that the next patch that's coming through doesn't come anytime soon. Just let us finish the league before we see anything else.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen a lot of that, especially even in interviews. Vietnam, specifically WAG, has mentioned that every time a patch or an update comes in, their adaptability is a little bit slow. But I guess there's no slowing down right now, especially as we are starting off our first match. Once again, we are being brought into purgatory, so neither heaven nor hell will help the team survive if they are sleeping or napping in this game. But looking at Flight Path, this is what I live for. I love seeing this, especially for the first match of the day.
Brutal flight path coming in for our very first map as well. Heavy towards the southern side, cuts all the way through Marble Works from Fire Brigade. It's tough, especially for teams who want to generally fall across Crossroads or even Moat House this time. It's going to be a bit of a travel, but let's see, right? Because the ring is going to be centered around the most populated area. I'm guessing that Brasilia is looking pretty good. Even Fire Brigade seems pretty safe, but you gotta control those bridges.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, let's see if the teams will be going for a bridge camp, because a lot would be stuck against each other, especially in how close it is. So the northern part is far reach, unless they go in for some vehicle gameplay, but no vehicle will be available for most instances, especially against Team Flash. Only death remains, and there you have it. First minute of the game, one team already eliminated, and that's thanks to Todak.
You can see the trail. Everybody's so close together, even Todak getting involved, even though BTR honestly wasn't too far away, right? They could have easily intercepted, but again, these early strategies coming in from the Malaysian squads of sending scouts ahead of time to try and get a couple elimination points always works out. Off screen, we see Easy for Rap taking out Ray, and even a trade coming in from Aim God. Seems like Kagendra as well as Evos are fighting each other on the side, while BTR is finishing up the rest of Todak, finding a pick in Noki. Now we come back to Tikoya here, right? As WAG has a bit of a spread, especially with PE Sports, they're not 100% sure whether this is just going to be a scout, but quickly, with the tops, LBT takes him out. With the help of Cassie, he's got no fear whatsoever.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that connection for them will help them, even the rusher, to survive a little bit longer. But apparently the 2v1 situation didn't work for WAG. So let's see if that would help them, or some of the teams survive a little bit longer, if they can get away from harm, especially with what's happening on the flight path. Kagendra, though, might be meeting Ray in Brasilia, and he's only going solo at this point. Information will be revealed on to Ray, as well as AC-80 on his hand, but against 3 players from Kagendra, it would be tough. So Aim God right now is just hanging back, making sure that they have an insurance policy and get away as quickly if in case they need to. And guess this is what they're doing right now. This is what Arasia as well as Aim God is doing. They're spreading out so that they will not be wiped out.
They're just playing to live as of right now. Central being controlled by the Falcons, but GOW is on the northern side of it. This vending machine is going to be out in the open, assuming that they have the information on GOW's side. The first ring has already been predetermined, and Central, unfortunately, is still within the zone. So Falcons don't really have to do anything, but Karoro is already down, and GOW now show presence.
hands right now, and the rest of the team's putting a lot of pressure, but Pina RGS making sure that Dion will not be picked up, but it's still a little bit too late. There goes the Rebel Rush, as well as Rip being ripped out, and it's not just Pina that he needs to deal with. Even on fire, on Overwatch, and Limit X7 right here is putting a lot of pressure. Prime position from Team Falcons, especially as the two of them is far away from the engagement, but unfortunate for them, the follow-up is a little short, and they didn't get that much in terms of eliminating GOW.
They didn't finish off that last. They could have turned it into a 2v2 and then immediately go for the revive, right? On fire, gonna reposition himself. He does have a pockmark in hand. He doesn't necessarily have to use it. They could just disengage, right? Because there's a whole island to play around. Depending on the information that they have, they could rotate to Fire Brigade or Lumber Mill, but the chase is on, right? GOW quickly pushing them out, forcing them into Fire Brigade, giving them no choice whatsoever as they control the POI.
It's tough though. It's tough on having this cruel flight path. A lot of engagement has happened already, but it's just that only one team has been eliminated. So it still shows that teams are vying for survivability. And well, that's the name of the game. So if you're not surviving that long, despite of what's being thrown at you, even the flight path as well as the rotation, then you should, or you might be taken out a little bit too early. But for Evos, after what happened with two of their members, they still managed to get out and now on their way to the next phase of Circle. And we are only seeing Team Falcons who are missing a couple of players, but a revive has been done on Pina. Only one remains, so we will still have full squad on the remaining 11 teams.
I'm a little curious where Kagendra ended up rotating to, because again, we saw the split coming down from Evos Divine initially down by Brasilia after taking the initial fight against not only Kagendra, but arguably even BTR, who wasn't too far away afterwards. But once the teams kind of dispersed out there, we now cut back to Kagendra, moving back in, but this time towards P Esports. Now, they're on the west side, the southwest side, on the outskirts of Brasilia itself. I am very curious as to why they decided to go out in the first place. They had dominated the area. They could have hunkered down if they wanted to, but it looks like they were looking for more equipment to work with.
Yeah, more equipment as well as more chances to be in the next phase of the Circle as it is closing in from the first to the second. Now, I guess PE Sports or meeting PE Sports in Brasilia is not part of their plan, so they back away that quickly. And this is what I love about some of the teams. They know how they choose their fight. But for Evo's Divine, Ray right now in the front line. The rest of the teams though do have some coverage, but they might not have seen Kagendra next to them. So that would be a threat for survivability of Evos, or probably the viability of them getting a lot of elimination. But for WAG as well as Bigatron, they will be heading into Brasilia. So I thought we are in Southeast Asia. Why is everyone going to Brazil?
That's what I'm saying, my guy. I mean, just because we brought back one EWC championship doesn't mean that we haven't brought the entire trophy back home just yet. But so far, it's really looking very compact here by Brasilia. A majority of the occupying force here. We've got like what, 5 teams, inclusive some of the Vietnamese, all just kind of holding their own. The Indonesians have all found a little spot to play with. I'm surprised that Evos got away with getting to the armory. I thought that maybe Kagendra was going to be on the aggressive side of things to get even more equipment, but now we look at Expand getting fired and peppered down on the eastern side of Brasilia. Again, a power position to play on that high, but P Esports have already found a pick onto Luki.
And stuff though, I mean, yes, you have the high ground advantage, but once you go down that slope, you're out and open. Even the glue wall will be off angle if you put it up. So that is what PE Sports is taking advantage right now, and that's what push Expand back to that higher ground. So let's see if they can use the other side of the ridge to survive and go for the flank, because PE Sports, as they have already taken real estate in Brasilia, it's tough to get into this compound. And you know how it is. Brasilia has a lot of compound as real estate as well. So that's one reason why everyone has been pulled in one specific area of this map.
Oh, it looks like the Malaysian squads had the same idea about the rotations on playing on that outer ridge of Brazilia's hill range. And we see that Torak is leaping straight into it. I'm not sure if they realize that Expand is just ahead of them, or maybe they do, because they've already found vaults, and as they continue to push forward, they're looking to take out Rama as well. The time turner goes down, but it's a little too late. As the rush comes through as well, Rama finally drops to his knees as Traps catches him off with the Trogon.
Yeah, and Todak right now, 4 elimination to their name, and they still need to deal with one player from Expand. It is too fast, so he was a little too fast to get away, but this also gives an opening for Todak to go against BTR unless some skill will be used. But there you have it, too fast, unexpected, would be hit by not only 1, not only 2, but 3 players from Todak. And there you have Expand down in 11th place.
Now Falcons, they've already recovered here. They're fighting against GOW, who's been chasing them towards the southern side. But now that they've made landfall all towards Brazilia's edge, we can see that On Fire trying to get this space, trying to figure out the correct angle to start walking on through, or whether they should even cut through these buildings in the first place. They could take a right here over those hills and start playing safe, because at this point, we know that majority of teams who were coming in from Forge, from Ski Launch, the eastern side of the map, have already rotated either into Brasilia or towards the fields.
Yeah, I mean, that's one thing. Some of the teams has cut across the map just to make sure there's a little bit safer, because the flight path is way down south. But Team Falcons, I think they will still buy a little bit more time because they're on the edge of this current circle. But for Todak right now, great overview against Bigatron, and we'll have to see if there will be anything that would force them out from that location. But for Onyx right now, it is GOW that they are dealing with, and despite of all those engagement, it's BTR as well is putting a lot of pressure from afar. So Onyx might be losing out on a lot of points because of BTR.
BTR are currently in a power position, right? They're on the northernmost side of Brasilia. Same goes for WAG, but BTR has a better position only because of the extra elevation that they get, which is why GOW is taking some form of punishment. In terms of raw POIs, as the next ring circles around and centers specifically around WAG, it's a really good spot for the northern side teams of Brasilia. They just have to chill. They don't have to do anything else. Any resets could hurt their odds at this point.
Now let's see if they can reset. For now, Team Falcons, as we saw earlier, they stayed in there before once the next phase of circle has shown, and that's when they make their move. But all those engagement, especially surrounding Team Falcons, is keeping them a little bit more cautious to get away and not head into the battle. 3 teams in the southern part of Brasilia would be blocking their way, and Kagendra is in the middle of Evos as well as GOW. So despite of the hunger of getting a lot of elimination, I guess the tip for Kagendra is to stay silent. And compared to what we've seen them do from week 1, right now everyone is playing passive. They don't want to be taken out early. They don't want to lose that chance, especially this is just the first game.
It's third ring, 10 squads still available, right? And the area is, the play space in Brasilia is not big. Yes, you can find a compound of your own, but when you've got 9 other squads gutting you down, the brass tacks becomes very high indeed. Now, we see that Falcons have been mirroring GOW this entire time, taking the exact same rotation path, letting them take the line of fire while they slowly sneak up. But the problem is that the blue is starting to close in, and it's closing in extremely fast. West side is difficult to rotate. Onyx Olympus just jumped in from the eastern side. Northern side is completely occupied, so Falcons need to make a decision, and they're waiting for GOW to make that move first.
Oh, speaking of first move, Rip should have taken that, but Dion goes and lobs a God Nade, and On Fire will be taken down as well. Pina will try to go for recover, but Blue Wall will be taken out, and let's see if they can survive. On Fire, not yet up. Less people from Falcons going in for the engagement, and On Fire is still being lit up. Dion goes down. The chance for Team Falcons to go finally for a pickup, and even without On Fire, they manage to wipe out GOW.
Some may say he was carrying half a shotgun here, but really 2 pellets was all he needs to close out this squad. Now Falcons, they could still revive, right? Based on the passives that I'm seeing, they should be able to make it through. They got plenty of med kits as well. I'm pretty sure GOW was holding inhalers on top of it, so there's plenty of resources to actually go around. Limit manages to get just behind this wall, which is perfect for them because we see the next ring on that right side. Wait a minute, who's shooting them right now? I thought they were completely safe, but it ends up he just got his tail end burnt out.
Yeah, I guess it is Razia with that FGL. You know how it is. The flames go through the wall. The blues closing in as well. So putting so much pressure on Team Falcons. But despite of all that pressure, they have 7 eliminations already, a ridge to play with, and they can go for the full rotate. And, well, hopefully they know that Sonic Olympus, based on the movement of the team, that they will be beating up. And they're trying to get away from Kagendra because they felt so much pressure. But Limit 7 says, no, don't get near to us because we'll take you down. And I guess there's a battle between Indonesia and Thailand, and it looks like Thailand is winning.
God, I really wish we could see real-time shots of just Limit double headshotting his opponents at this point. But now they're taking the full-on fight. They don't want to just keep rotating. They have to stop this mirror coming in from Kagendra. It's too easy for Raph. Is able to find on fire. CT7 drops to his knee. Pina takes advantage of the whole situation. Oh no! Limit ends up getting eliminated. Onyx Olympus has caught tailwind of what's going on. They sniffed them out, and now we cut to EVOS taking on a PR. They've already lost 2 of their members here. Always on the back foot, and PR ready to jump on them.
Yeah, Pharaoh right now, all stacked up, 3 stacked against Aim God, and even that M590 cannot do anything, but Evo's Aim God says, no, we're going to put a trap, and they spring a trap mine against them, and Adam right now, or rather, Fire Pharaoh would be gunned down by Aim God himself, but no hits that much, and even a slash might help them. But finally, Aim God will be taken down, and a lot of pressure coming from Pharaoh will also mean their demise because BE Sports is knocking on their door.
And here's the chain reaction on the western side. All the teams are colliding in on the action here. PR, PE, even WAG is sniffing out what's going on. BTR hears some of this action and wants to get in on it, but they can't see it from the inside as BTR have a fight of their own, trying to take down Todak, who intercept them midway. Todak get eliminated, but they walk away with only 2 members. PE, 2 are down, 2 are still holding strong as the Riptide Brothers come out. PR is the next to fall as WAG must hold off Vitality on that northern side. Onyx Olympus dominating the bottom side of Brasilia on the 5th ring.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they have stayed away from all those engagements. Make sure that they're far away from the other teams. And it's not that they are not shooting down their opponent. They are also taking pot shots, giving them a few more points. But compared to BTR, BTR is a little bit more aggressive and might go straight ahead to WAG. That can give Onyx Olympus that advantage for that booyah. So Onyx is playing it like it is grand finals from spring. And I love this move. Well, 7 eliminations. So they didn't slow that much and even equalize what BTR has brought in to those eliminations. But Woodra a little bit in too deep together with Alando as well as that electrotherapy, but Cyru will help him for this rush. So let's see if they'll be able to take down BTR before WAG do it.
And BTR know that they're down a man. They can't do much. Dix is the first to fall here. Anna blows his temple right off as WAG finally get eliminated. Crimex, he was looking for an angle, but he also found resistance, and now he has to play by himself while the rest of his team are on the outside. Koja and as well as Saru trading shots against each other, but Kyung is able to select the initiation. Unfortunately, Crimex takes him down. Koja is soon to fall after him, must tank the blue to run out on the outer skirts of it. Gets into the monster truck, not enough. He's getting in and out to try and turn this around, and they find it at the very end. That's Onyx Olympus finding a booyah of their own to kick off week 2.
And again, this is a smart move coming from Onyx Olympus. Yes, they're not aggressive. They're staying away from resident teams. It's just their playstyle. This is how they grab that champion from the spring season. And they're carrying it over right here. And Crime has led them to that victory, especially with Adam's movement right there. After that shot onto rooftop, plus the follow-up, making sure that he can confirm and no pickup will be done, Onyx Olympus seems that they can mix both passive and aggressive at the same time and switch it up in that instant.
Yeah, I mean, the chain reaction worked out perfectly because all of it started on the western side of Brasilia itself. Whoever was on the northern side eventually started to collapse as the ring finally pulled to the southeastern side of the map, where Onyx Olympus was very happy to be in as they had to late rotate into that final zone. So good job for Onyx Olympus finding the Booyah this time round, but now we can finally take a breath. What an action-packed game number one to kick things off, man. Everybody was just making sure that they had to pay the tax.
Yeah, exactly, and that is because of the cruel flight path. And thank you very much, Purgatory. I will want to see that on the next map. That is what I have been living for. Early engagement because of flight path, or because they were forced by the flight path, and this really shows who can go against a team with less weaponry, a lot of opponents, and I know it looks like some ranked games, but this is how the teams are proving themselves if they really want to win this game. And even the flip side, Onyx Olympus, despite of all the chaos in the beginning, they still managed to keep themselves composed, and that's where they kept their distance, try to shoot them from afar, and grab that Booyah.
And again, it's not like they weren't the most proactive on the map, right? Because based on the loadouts that we did eventually see, and we're probably going to see it in the post-game as well, they weren't exactly running the most meta-optimal, loadouts in terms of just raw weaponry, which means they didn't really hit up, didn't find any care packages, didn't really hit up and use their coins to actually buy some bigger weapons. They kind of just chained reaction off of their low-budget builds, and honestly got away with a lot, being the last to actually, the last few teams to actually find a spot on the eastern side of Brasilia, while teams like Team Falcons and as well as GOW were coming in from the south to the east.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can have that great strategy from what we've seen in Team Falcons, and even taking down GOW. But the moment that you start those engagement and how a lot of teams are still available on that fourth phase of the circle, you would have attention on you. And keeping yourself or your head down low, that is what Onyx Olympus has done quite well, not only in this season but also in the previous one. So if they continue this on, even the teams will not have any idea on what tactics they can pull out, because even in a CQC they can still fight on.
It's all of these small moments that really matter, right? I'm not sure whether they caught Aim God accidentally blocking himself off in the house, but we'll probably see that in just a little bit, right? So many things were occurring here down by Brasilia. Everybody just decided, you know what? Let's force the ring to come to our side. There's no 50-50 here, to be perfectly honest, until we got to the 5th ring. But then finally, let's look at our MVP. And Crime MKS, disgusting, just absolutely disgusting stuff, right? Comes in slow, takes his time, always looks for that off angle, but he's able to squeeze between the cracks. So if teams aren't sharp, if teams are not being tight on their gatekeeping, you know that Onyx Olympus will slip on in.
Yeah, exactly. And I love the use of A124. It has been brought back after, I would say, a lot of active skill being available from the previous year. And now, even the passive skill, we are seeing a lot of change. Luna, with that fight or flight, can increase your fire rate by 8%. So this helps the team, even for those on a marksman or a sniper, to increase your fire rate so you can get a lot more from a distance. And I'm loving this set of combination. And it's mostly Indonesia who's bringing different combination of active and passive skill. Now we're going to see later on what the rest has brought in, but in terms of elimination, Crime has led the pack. Unfortunately, Putra, we've seen him go aggressive. He's always in the front line, but didn't get any elimination. It's more of the assist that he did. It's because probably of the slow pace that they did on that early part before we end that game.
Hey, life as a support player sometimes, you know what I'm saying? It's just you're waiting for the knockdowns, but your team's picking them off already. It's really good that your snipers are hitting their shots, but everybody else is just give me an angle, give me an opportunity to interact. Now, as we look at the stats, right, in terms of their build, I love that you brought it up, right? Because again, if you have increased fire rate, it technically doesn't matter what gun you have. Even if you're going on a low budget build, that gives you that extra bit of edge over your opponent, especially if it's an automatic weapon.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing that we've seen so much being added in, going back to the passive skill, is that Nikita, because the firearm expert increased the reload speed, and we know that M590 has reload speed has been reduced, so it just counteracts that. But I'm quite astounded that the teams are sacrificing the use of passive skill just to counteract a weapon. But you know how strong M590 is, so I guess that's something that they won't let go that easily. But in terms of game standing, it's still Onyx Olympus taking that #1 spot with a Booyah and 9 elimination. And comparing them to the other teams, Team Falcons are the only ones that has more compared to Onyx Olympus, and that's the rotation that they took. Even if getting only 3 placement point, as long as you have a lot of elimination, you can still be in the top board.
They're doing very well for themselves, and this is going to try and solidify the position of Onyx currently in 12th. They ideally like to take Todak over and push themselves higher into that top 12 position, but so far it's still a very tight battle on that second page. Even BTR, right, overtaking Todak ever so slightly by 3 points, and at this stage everybody's just looking for a Booyah. But coming back to the builds, right? It kind of makes sense what Onyx wants to do. If they want to run their budget builds, if they want to be able to minimize the amount of resources they have to, the number of POIs that they have to hit, that way they don't have to buy Trogons. They can just go back to their traditional shotguns, just so they can focus around, hey, if we don't go to highly contested spots and stick with our budget builds, and yes, there is a cap to our budget builds, it can go to the strong end of it. That means we'll be so good during the mid game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I guess that's one of the plan, and we've seen that so much from Onyx Olympus, but we'll have to see if that would stick, because knowing their tactics, and from what we've seen, I don't think it would change even if the flight path is fair for everyone, and as well as the active and passive skill combination. So that's one thing that they will need to change, their approach in every game. If they stay quiet, stay silent, and go for low budget build, then they would be at a loss in their early engagement if in case they go toe-to-toe and they don't keep their distance against aggressive teams like Team Falcons or probably Pharaoh or probably Kagendra, I would say. So there's a few more that they will need to dive into, but I love that they are now getting in, starting it off with a Booyah, and this sets the tone for the team as well.
I hope this isn't purely based on the flight path. I hope that the strategies are still viable throughout, because let's look at the opposite side of things, right? If we're looking at one Indonesian team, then we have to talk about specifically EVOS Divine. Kagendra, yes, they did hot drop them, they did have a little bit of a fight, but they also recovered and had to hit 2 POIs, the vending machine alongside with the Arsenal. I'm surprised that the Arsenal wasn't contested, considering it was one of the few around Brasilia, but EVOS got away with it, but they still didn't achieve a Booyah. So there is a place for these budget builds to actually be very useful in scenarios where you don't want to interact with your opponent, compared to EVOS Divine, where yes, we need a lot of resources to get our optimal build, but we're going to have to fight through a lot of resistance to do so.
Yeah, let's see though. Let's see if this is something that they can change or might change later on, especially if they are forced to do so. So, well, looking at how everything is, again, going in, Team Falcons has already reached or breached the 200-point mark, and they are still in lead against RRQ by 9 points. But looking at the next map, I know we are seeing Grim United, PE Sports, as well as Todak in this game or on our list, but on Solara, it would be PE Sports, Todak, as well as Bigatron, who's taken lead. So the Kings of Solara, as they dub themselves, are still in this fight, and if they grab this Booyah, they might be taking the #1 spot once again. So we'll have to study, or the other teams need to study, what Bigatron or BTR has been doing in this map, so they can still have an advantage later on.
Hey, BTR, in Solara, they get a lot of eliminations, but based on what we saw last week, there are teams who are willing to go out of their way to grief them once they get into that top 8 position, especially if it's in the trifecta, sort of a trifecta scenario, right? 1 high, 2 low. They're probably going to lean into BTR more than anybody else because of how explosive they are during these fights. Because again, BTR, they love this map. Now let's look to the player head to head. We're comparing Laoho PE Sports up against AGAL's Do. It's an interesting comparison here because Do, it feels like he had a little bit of a role shift since last week.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see though, because the role shift is probably because of them trying to try different things. But AG Global's Do has been one of the best snipers that we've seen all throughout. And this is one example that we, from what we talked about earlier, if only one player is taking the lead in terms of the game, and if Do will be taken out, that would mean, or that would spell a downfall for the entire team. Yes, we've seen a lot of elimination coming from this team, but we haven't seen that much of cohesion as well in terms of how they can spread all those elimination, as well as, or especially the follow through, because if Do gets a knockdown, the rest of the teams are responsible in confirming those elimination. But in most cases than not, especially in AG Global's perspective, doesn't go that or quite well in that manner.
Yeah, it sometimes doesn't go well, but that's the inconsistency that they have to kind of slowly work out here overall. But I think it's time. Map number 2 is currently going to begin, and as we have a look at that flight path, I hope everybody's excited for a fun time because we're going to the fun map, full of sun, full of fun. Welcome to Solara.
Yeah, let's see. Now, Solara right now, the flight path is a little bit fair. A little bit disappointed at this point. But, well, I've been given purgatory already. So I guess I'm a happy kid right now. But let's see, though, if there will be any hot drop that will be happening. Kagendra has taken the hub, and we are also looking Archway being or potentially being occupied by 2 teams, but no, Team Falcons is flying across and ahead of the other teams. And well, Bloomtown right now, one player like Aim God is already quite near and might have visual against WAG. So it's only 2 players that we're seeing in the minimap, but PLS1 has more advantage in terms of long range. So this is a time for Aim God to get away. But speaking of engagement, it is BTR going against Esports, and we have seen the first elimination happen. But as quickly as that, a revival has been done.
Now we take a look. The UAV's been thrown over the members of Team Flash, alongside trying to look for this member of GOW somewhere around. Could be. Oh, I already found him. Looks like death. He's going to be the first to be taken out here, but there should be a quick trade almost immediately after. GOW's RIP already biting the dust. Nearby an arsenal. Everything is looking pretty good for Flash now that they've cleared out the area.
Let's see though if this area is entirely clear, or they can go ahead and probably take down a few more or get a few more of those points. But no, I guess Team Flash is heading in for going back on a looting phase. For Koja, despite of having one elimination, LBT being taken out, I guess everyone from PE Sports will be swarming against them. But we are seeing some of the players from Bigatron as well going in for the battle. So everyone heading to Nero, and the first to be taken down would be Nero by a skill. The rest of the teams will be hiding out, keeping their distance, making sure that they will survive this battle, and Nolan might be the next target. And we've seen Bigatron. Vitality from this team has been so much that aggressiveness in the early game has also led to their demise. So let's see if they have fixed that overall.
Well, I think it goes both ways, right? It's either you take the passive route or go for these early fights. Chase down your opponents, hurt them as much as you can. Even if you bow out, as long as you get double digits in the eliminations, generally it's honestly not too bad. But now, speaking of early contentions, we do see that Onyx made contact with Expand, and straight away, as soon as Crime hits the floor, they're out of there. Expand, chasing really quick. Actually, they even use their own launch pads to get to the current launch pad. I don't know if they're going to keep on chasing from that point onwards, but now we see that Kagendra falls into the sights of Pina, who's been so hot today so far. Already had an incredible game number 1. Let's see if he keeps it up for game number 2, because he's already found the initial knock, and now they want to go further as On Fire immediately finds the flank.
And this is what I'm talking about. I mean, we mentioned that AG Global is one of the teams that can get engagement from long range, but the follow-up is a little bit slow. But Team Falcons is making sure that they have a couple of players ahead of them, so just in case their sniper can get a knock, then they can confirm it real quick. But speaking of confirmation, a lot of elimination is being done and being confirmed from all over the map, and Eco Drain would be one of those. Evo's Cold Chill might be taken out. Aim God is still alive and kicking, but Expand is still putting a lot of pressure. Good enough that they have a vending machine close on them and they can revive their teammates. The risk is a few more elimination will be happening, and spotting out where those players will be dropping in can give information to the opponent, like Expand, to where they will be or where they need to shoot.
Now, we've already lost Onyx Olympus. Speaking of information, as we see Kagendra actually managing to survive, we see that FaZe is booking it down south. Seeing that all the members of Torak at this point, their 2-2 has already been compromised. They have to play to live at this point. But I don't think Videls realizes that he's walking into PR. Now that he hears the sound, it's too late. He's already out. And now FaZe, who managed to hop across the ocean to quickly make his way down to the southern side of Solara, trying to get his team back up on its feet.
Yeah, let's see though if he'll be able to do it, because HP's a little bit damaged. Not quite sure if he's also broke, but no, it seems like for Todak, 3 players will be revived. So there's still hope for this team, but 1 will be taken out. But FaZe, a valiant effort for him, despite of having a lot of opponents. Prioritization of bringing their teammates back is one thing that a lot of teams has been doing, and they want to survive a little bit longer, especially on the final phase of the circle. But for PE Sports, they will be engaging against GOW, but position-wise, I don't think they have that. But in terms of exit strategy, they do have that that slide rail they can use if in case GOW can beat them to win. So let's see though, Hans and Akoi, and this is quite surprising. PE Sports have man advantage, but they're not that aggressive against GOW, so I guess this is something that PE Sports needs to work with.
I mean, they wanted to cut off their rotation here, right? They didn't realize that one of the GOW members have actually snuck on in and is actually coming in for a pretty wide flank. Now that they've kind of evened it out 2v3, the third reinforcement here, especially with the off angle that he has, unless he's leaping in from above, it's tough to tell. But it looks like he's here to back them up. Nero, they've already lost Nolan, Laho and LBT.
Let's see though. We still have a few more players from PE Sports, but there's one thing that we keep telling. If you won't be able to take down or wipe out your opponent, especially if the blue's closing in, this by time that you head into the next phase of the circle, probably beat them to it, because it seems like GOW will not be slowing down as well. It's a good thing that PE Sports putting in number, and Dion would be the only guy remaining in this area. 1v2 situation would not work, especially with that basic therapy, and a revival onto Nolan will be happening. But GOW is not out of the woods just yet. They still have a couple of their players being revived, and they're still in the mix.
It's going to be difficult from this point onwards, right? Because where else can you start rotating to? That's when it becomes, where can we find the resources? Can we mirror a team and steal whatever is remaining if they get wiped out? All those questions now come into play. And we look back at EVOS here, not too far away on towards the northern side of the Bloomtown. We see BTR as well. And I'm curious to see who else is nearby BTR, but for now, let's cut back. It's Tora. They finally fully recovered, and now they're going back in for the fight against GOW.
GOW has been revived, or a couple of players has been revived, so it's not looking good for GOW right now. DN would be the first to go down, and Rip might be going Rip at this point, perhaps with a charge buster, a little bit questionable in terms of weapon, and there's a reason why we are questioning that, because you don't have that much of a quick fire rate with this weapon. Yes, damage you has, but up close and personal, you will need to be very accurate. So they are still surviving. Todak still alive with a complete squad, but we'll see if GOW can bring back more of their teammates, because we're still early, second to the third phase of the circle, but as soon as the blue closes in, real estate will be taken and the 11 teams will be brought into chaos.
I'm pretty sure that that the elimination contract on Expand has been given usually by BTR. They like that early information. LBT finds DN running into him once again. GOW just cannot get a break right now as they are ping-ponging between teams and just giving away eliminations.
Now let's see though. I mean, there's still a lot of teams available, and I won't be surprised if by the end, or for those surviving in the final circle, they will have a massive amount of points, because there's plenty of target later on. But for Team Falcons, they've been staying quite passive and even far away from the other teams, even at this stage of the game. So I guess they don't want to risk it. They want to go for survivability and not get another, like, just 3 points in terms of placement. But for GOW, it seems like they're a little bit more of a loss every time, because every revival for the team would spell that they're losing out on resources as well.
They haven't been able to fully recover. They're just looking for real estate that they can play in, right? They went to the northern, they went to the eastern side, deeper into the ring, realized, nah, I mean, Torak is already controlling the bottom side of the map, and then you go to the top side, it's going to be Flash. If we keep on coming back to the same spot, PE is just going to push us deeper and deeper in. There's just not enough play area right now that is available for them. Falcons taking the long route here from that northern side, and even Kagendra trying to gatekeep them here by Arc. Now, as we see them slowly creep by, how does Falcons actually want to play this? They can tank the blue, yes, sure, they have plenty of meds to actually do so. But now they've already found one into it up on fire. Great pick for them, allowing the rest of the Falcon members to scale up this hill.
Let's see though, Pina a little bit too close, and there you go. Dakota Roar Vision has been popped, so pretty much Pina will be spotted, but using that time turner, just make sure that he have a little bit of survivability, and Raph would be hit as well from afar. But Team Falcons a little bit in too deep for Pina, I would say, and Riptide Rhythm to break out those glue walls, but they still managed to survive. Team Falcons showing that they have what it takes, but if they lose out against Kagendra at this point, it might spell more trouble later on, but, well, lead's a lead, and they still have it.
They've already used the Valiant Dash, and they've cleared out 2 of the members, finishing them off and reviving on fire, and they don't let the last leave. Limit just making sure that he is still a dangerous man behind the 8X. Nasty shots coming in from Falcons as they eliminate Kagendra. Clean fight. I think that Kagendra, their biggest problem is that they didn't predetermine where the battle lines were, right? If you're going to drop glue walls, don't trickle them as you retreat, especially when your opponent doesn't have line of fire or line of sight at this point. They should have just completely backed away all the way up until the concrete barriers, and that's where they should start laying everything down. Because once they started pushing into the main rural area of the map, especially with how hot Pina has been playing, using that Valiant Dash to kind of cut through their last few bits of man-made cover through the glue walls, really put them at odds.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's not only giving them information on what... It's like they're leaving breadcrumbs on where they are heading. And also, since they put up glue walls, they're also protecting the team that is rushing against them. So it's just a loss in terms of the timing of the glue walls, as well as like where they want to bring them in on that final battle. But, well, it is what it is. Team Falcons has won that fight, but for now, they need to deal with Pharaoh. And one thing that we've seen earlier was CQC, but Team Falcons is giving us a masterclass on how to do it on the long range. But unfortunately, it is a team from afar, and I believe that is Team Flash, who's putting a number against Pharaoh right now. So either way, Pharaoh is a team who's losing out a lot.
Oh yeah, and this is perfect for Falcons. They're just waiting for them to use their resources, slowly choke them out, and then drop the glue wall melters as well. If they're exposed to Team Flash, that's perfect. But, oh wait, hold on. Jump, he's already down, and now they're just lobbing it. Pina and his walls on fire on that blue to try and brass tacks anybody who tries to run on through. Jump's gonna try again. Pina realizes that his off angle won't work anymore as Kiroro is already in their faces. 2 good shots, 3 good shots, 4, and now he's looking for 1 more to wipe them out. Good! With a single barrel is able to take out so many. 2 picked off, 3 picked off, and now they're looking for the squad wipe.
Kiroro right now, masterclass on an M590, and from Ninja Clash, he's also showed us that Deagle being used. So, well, accuracy, I would say it is on point for Team Falcons, especially Kiroro on that one shot, and it doesn't stop from there. He can also use long-range weapons for that, but for Pina, he's just making sure that Sensi will not survive even longer. And for Limited 7, he, like everyone from Team Falcons, is assigned a task, and they're either to go for a CQC or a long range, and it's not involving one specific team. They can go against 2 teams all at the same time.
And GOW finally get eliminated here. Really, really difficult run for them. But Falcons right now blowing through the members. Finally, punishment coming in from on to on fire. Limit fights back against WAG, who is on that northern side. Not Team Flash apparently, as all of these fights have been breaking out across the map. We're only left with just 5. Falcons, WAG, BTR, Todak, and as well as Expand. 1 Indonesian, 2 Malaysians, 1 Thai team, as well as 1 Vietnamese squad left.
Let's see though who will survive. Todak with only 2 players, and they're not even together, so they are split up, and there goes the flight of traps, but he still managed to survive in the middle of the next phase circle. Well, I'm not saying this is safe, I'm not saying this is a good spot to go into, but as long as the engagement is away from him, then he might be able to bring a team with a higher placement point. But for Team Falcons, 14 elimination. And I mentioned this earlier, because of a lot of teams surviving a little bit longer, even in the third phase of the circle, Team Falcons is a team that's taking advantage of that.
And Todak just taking out members of Expand right now. Expand gets eliminated before BTR, who's getting peppered by 2 squads simultaneously by really, really good snipers. And the Ring now deciding to move towards the northern side towards Falcons. Now, Falcons, this is a really difficult position to play from. Literally 1 glue wall of single Riptide Rhythm could shred that away from them. They still have resources, but Limit is making every shot count. Kyung already down on his knees. BTR, 2 members still alive. Kyung and as well as Juan playing behind this rock. They need WAG to do something to bail them out of this scenario.
And I love that Team Falcons managed to stay in that area, because the shift of the circle is favoring them right now. But how quick can they retreat to be able to keep that distance? Because we've seen the spread of AC80 or even SVD, not only for Team Falcons, but also on WAG. So long range, they can go for the fight. But BTR, Kyung, not waiting anymore, heading in against Team Falcons. But they are on the edge, and a lot of damage has been received and being seen as well. Glue wall melters might not only melt the glue walls, but also their HP.
Oh no, Falcons, they're exposed. Their backs are wide open here as WAG also take advantage of the scenario. They saw Falcons running up. They saw BTR as well jumping behind them. They've got them in a really tough scenario. But quickly, Falcons take out the last 2 members here. Now WAG must fight back, but immediately Limit another good shot, making sure that he by himself, 5 eliminations, but the number of knockdowns is astounding.
Oh, definitely. That would be a record. But another shift to the circle will be happening. And Tikui up front and personal, but on fire would keep a little bit of distance. And Time Turner has been popped. Make sure that nothing goes through. And 1v1 is ensuing inside that Time Turner. And Tikui will be met not only with on fire, but also with Pina and Karoro. Prioritization on 1 player. Taking it down is what they're doing. But unfortunate for Team Falcons, they lost 1 of their players, make that 2. And it is now a 2v2 situation. And Tikui and X-Board putting a number. WAG seems like they won that booyah even more against Team Falcons, and they have.
Huge plays, booyah achieved for WAG. Tikui, what a play. He goes in, takes on 2, puts them at odds, survives for an unbelievable amount of time while the squad collapses on Limit. I mean, this would have been a beautiful clash squad between the 2. Really would have, but that's just not the game mode that we're playing right now. I can't wait to see how they're going to fare up in clash squad now that they've got Tikui. Because again, he bought so much time for them, running into 3 members while Limit was getting pinched. All he had to do was literally live longer than his opponent, and while he did, he took down Pina, who was already on fire today.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if you're a solo going against multiple opponents, and even Team Falcons didn't get that knockdown instantaneously, so you bought a lot of time, making sure that a few more of your players had advantage on a different part of that final circle. Great move, great tactics coming from WAG. Not quite sure if that's part of plan. Hopefully it is, or it's just their, their initial response, or their, how can I say it, their actual response if things happen. So I would love to see more of that from WAG. Going against Team Falcons is not easy, but they managed to do it.
they really, again, considering that the fight started off as a 4v3, Limit already found that initial pick, right? So the fact that T-Crate not only bought time, got his teammate revived, took out Limit, and then after that, he single-handedly dealt with 3 members while knocking down Pina, it suddenly becomes like, man, this kid is, he is going crazy right now here on Solara. I don't know whether it's just because that this place is, you know, designed for fun and entertainment, or whether he's just playing hot fingers.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see. This is great motivation for WAG, but in terms of numbers, though, Team Falcons has already brought in so much, so won't be surprised if, even without Booyah, Team Falcons is still on the #1 spot. 16 elimination from last time we see them on a 3v4, and I don't think they added so much in that regard because WAG just took advantage of their position, and I couldn't explain it even further because we've already mentioned that so many times on how WAG played it so well.
Yep. I mean, considering that this map, honestly, a lot of teams did get into some early engagements. We did miss one big chain reaction off the camera. Not entirely sure what exactly happened to teams like Onyx, not Onyx, Kagendra, alongside with how GOW eventually got eliminated, how Flash got eliminated as well, because again, those were the teams that we were expecting to have a lot of encounters during the top side of that 5th ring, but even so, they just didn't make it that far. So let's look at this, right? Starting off with TV Tower, we see that BTR getting with an early engagement against P Esports, and then we see these smaller skirmishes actually happening all across just the edge of the ring.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's what the fair circle is bringing us right now. A lot of engagement on the edge of the circle, edge of the ring, and everything closes down and also pushes everyone against each other, especially in that previous scene that we've spotted wherein 3 players or 3 teams are going against each other. But we've seen how well Team Falcons dealt with every or single one of them. But for the Booyahs as well as the MVP, it is T Kui. 8 elimination, 3,701 on damage, as well as 8 knockdown. Usual build for a rusher with a Tatsuya, with a Joseph, as well as at Ford and Shani. But the weapon of choice would be the AC-80. And we know as well that it's not just the AC-80. You've seen a lot of CQC weapon on him, but there's just so much the team has done in the long range.
I mean, the AC-80 is already, again, a lot of teams have been picking it up as well, so it's a nice way to have a balanced out rate of fire while still being able to punch pretty hard. But just look at those damage numbers, right? 8 eliminations, 8 knockdowns, but clearly ahead when it comes down to just raw engagements against this opponent. Cyrus is like looking at him, telling him, hey, where are you going to share the love, man? Give me some stats, bro. You're taking them out too quick.
It's one thing though, I didn't see so much of Xbor and the snipe, so I guess what we've seen on the Clash Squad between Xbor and PLS1 has been retained. So PLS1 is becoming the sniper for the team, and Xbor is focusing more on a close range encounter. With the time turner, even on the Luna, that Moko as well as Alvaro, he's a mix of a little bit of both. A bomber, even as a support or rusher as well, that would help the team get all those information. But in terms of the rest of the team's build, it's quite similar to what we've seen other teams has brought in. So there's not a lot of change, but we've seen the result. There's plenty of change, and despite of how many elimination Team Falcons has, WAG still grabbed the #1 spot.
I mean, it's surprising how close it is. It just goes to show how many eliminations Falcons were having by the end of that game. 17 compared to 15, and the 3-point difference, it really didn't matter because of how much they made up for it. Even so, I think that WAG, based on what we've seen in their loadout, really goes to show that they're trying something else. They don't want to have Export just play as a raw anchor, similarly to when Limit was playing for Core Memory, right? They needed him to be a tough anchor, but now they want to be able to kind of move along as a squadron, pause for a little bit before exploding out again.
Yeah, that's one thing that we've seen top dogs do, especially for Brother United. If you can get your team, even if on a spread out, and you can manage 1 or 2 players, or even different team altogether, then you will be able to get as much elimination from what we've seen earlier. But as we look at the overall standings, still Team Falcons on that #1 spot. 238 points, and because of that game with a massive elimination, they are taking this lead quite far from RRQ. But for WAG, that Booyah really helped them a lot. Third place right now, and very close to beating RRQ, especially RRQ is not part of mix.
Yep, they're catching up super quickly. And I think, you know, for the top dogs, they're still going to be in pretty decent space. GOW probably a little disappointed that they couldn't get a little bit more points, but they're still in a really good spot. Even EVOS, right? They're already sitting at a 152, and then you have BTR and everybody else. I mean, Todak, they got a good number of points from that game. It may be a slow and steady race, but at least they're somewhat consistent.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, consistency is what we've been asking a lot of teams to do. And Todak, especially carrying over the momentum from last week, hopefully we'll see more of that. And not only for Todak, but also other teams coming from Malaysia. Expand for once, because earlier they didn't do so much, only 2 points in Purgatory. And in Solara, they managed to get at least 13 points. So this is a good improvement, and hopefully it the growth is exponential, because if it goes like peek and throw, it doesn't work that well, and they might still be stuck at the bottom of the leaderboard.
At least EVOS, they've kind of gotten enough buffer points to kind of keep them safe, but ideally, they start doing well from this point onwards to make the day worthwhile. I mean, there's still 4 more maps to go. Our next map is going to be Alpine, and once again, we're going to a very wide open space. We saw how Purgatory was. If Alpine ends up being the same thing because of the flight path or not, if it's standardized, then we'll get to see a lot more of what everybody's trying to do. If it's skewed, it'll probably be like a repeat of Purgatory.
Yeah, let's see though, because at this point for Alpine, I know this is a map that Brim United fans know about, because this is where BRU dominates. But when we look at Group B and C, it's Pharaoh or PR who's taken the lead, but it's not too far though compared to GOW in terms of number of points. But before we head there, going into most used characters in terms of active skill, Oscar take the lead, but not far behind is the one and only Tatsuya. So they still are in love with that Rebel Rush and don't want to let it go because of how well they use it from past. And despite of how it has been changed or reworked, if you can get a knockdown, you can still have multiple refresh of those active skill.
I think it's a really good showing that everybody's figuring out, okay, we get Tatsuya, we get Oscar, we put them into the same composition, because one can open up these angles for you, the other can blow past your enemies. If you happen to be looking at the same target and get an initial pick, then it becomes very easy to snowball afterwards. The question is, how do you support them? And I think that the Skylar is one way of doing it, but the question is whether it's optimal to leave Cassie out of the picture, because again, Cassie is really good at keeping your frontliners alive in these scenarios. But then considering what the most used weapons are, AC-80 taking the #1 spot right now, second to the AWM, and third being Trogon.
Yeah, so the AZ-80, with the multiple hits, you will be able to get a knockdown, and a lot of players has been using passive skill to help them along. And we did mention about the fight and flight of Luna that increases your fire rate. So a good combination of weapon and passive skill just to make sure that you keep or get all those damage from a distance. AWM, well, that's mostly more of a sniper. But if you're not a main sniper, you can deal with AC-80, and that's why it's across the board. Even from earlier, the final 2 teams or final 3 teams, we saw Team Falcons all across the board. It's more marksman or sniper. WAG, same story. So we're seeing a lot more of potential elimination from long range. That one reason as well why a lot of teams are getting so much elimination despite of having 11 or 10 teams surviving towards the end of the game.
Teams are getting a little chill, right? I feel like right now, based on what we've seen from the first 2 maps, and to be fair, Solara is a little weird in its own right, but as we come back to Alpine, I'm curious to see whether that big chain effect, right? The consistent collateral damage reacting through all the teams, maybe between 5 or 6 teams at a time, where you see a majority of them get eliminated, because our top 3, Pharaoh, GOW, BRU, GOW has been caught in the crossfires a lot of the times, and sometimes they're the ones starting it.
Yeah, and that was a previous map. But now heading in, I love the team drop points right now. And, well, thank you very much, production. So right now we have potential 4 hot drops that would be happening. So Team Flash and Todak up north, and then Kagendra and PE Sports and Railroad, and then we have Forest Red with EVOS and BTR, and not far from them is WAG. In base camp, there's also GOW and Expand, and WAG is just in the middle of those 4 teams. So I don't know who's taking advantage of this, but if WAG can play it similar to what we've seen earlier, they can get a few more of elimination on the early engagements.
I mean, hopefully they do and stay energized while doing it, because Red Bull Zinc and Vitamin from Thailand is supplemented with Zinc B3 as well as B6, featuring a mild taste that it keeps players stay highly focused to seize every single opportunity to get that stylish booyah. So once again, thank you Red Bull as always for not only supporting us, but making sure that these teams are always energized throughout the spring and as well as fall season.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of energy has been felt by the teams right now, and it's because of Red Bull as well as the pressure of getting into the top 12, as we are just starting off a few more matches to head into the end of the first phase of knockout stage. But I'm loving that there's so much of energy that has been put in by the teams, and even survivability that happened. But I guess we are ready, Gideon, to get into the next game in Alpine. Let's see if this is what a Pharaoh can take advantage, because it seems like this is one of the maps that they would have a best chance of still getting in the top spot. And if they are good enough to get a lot of elimination, they can overtake PE Sports and get the 4th place.
Hey, despite being called Pharaohs, let's see whether or not they can continue to dominate these snowy Alps, right? We're hoping to see these teams play into Snowfall. For me in particular, I'm hoping that some team takes Snowfall, and it looks like Flash has opted to go for it, while Todak goes for Garrison, Falcons into their usual spot, Militia being taken on by PR. What about Expand as well as GOW? It looks like Expand have decided to change their spot and head down towards Rise side. I'm not sure if that's just the scout or all 4 members, but we'll see in just a little bit, because if it's Kagendra, you know that it's going to be an early fight.
Oh yeah, I mean, not quite sure if that's something that they're really taking advantage of, or they're the ones in the losing end. But we'll have to find out. WAG right now, Riverside, and this is, there you have it, Expanded Kagendra Stadium right now, and it's more of Kagendra taking the bigger compound, bigger building in this mix. So it might be an advantage for Expand, because if they can take the smaller areas, smaller houses, then they can get a lot more loot compared to Kagendra, and then once they meet against each other, that's where Expand would be a little bit more stronger.
Look, he's currently running the Homer right now. I did see them also have a Chrono ready to go. So at this point, it's about the loot pool, right? Kagendra, again, have looted the majority of the big buildings. Aitulu has already been found. I would assume he could get a little unlucky on the RNG. It's tough to say. But you can see that both Expand as well as Kagendra not immediately running at each other. Majority of them don't even have their armors ready.
Yeah, I mean, this is one thing. There's a huge risk, especially in a hot drop just like this. And Vaults, though, good rotation on him. The only question is, will they be regrouping as well as barricading themselves, because they have a better chance of surviving if that happened. But for Loki, well, it has been reversed. 3 players make that 2 players against him. That weight make it difficult for Expand to survive. Now Rama would be the focus of two players of the team. And I'm loving what Kagendra is doing right now. Isolation and then going for the hit. Divide and conquer, as we call it.
Expand. Oh, getting blasted down just in time. Can he get a revive at the very least? It looks like he might have been able to do so. But while all this was happening, the scout, Cyrus, has been sniffing out the gunshots coming in from Kagendra. Oh, did they not see him? I'm pretty sure that Raz spotted his backside. And now that should lead to the rest of the team jumping on forward as we see the Todak is in the middle of a fight by Railroads against P Esports, and it's a pretty open field. Unfortunately, it's a 1-for-1 trade for now. They can't let him get that revive off, but Faiz is able to take out Nero with a quick headshot with his AWM. Videls is the next to follow through. Faiz, really good picks.
Yeah, I'm seeing great potential for Todak right now, especially in CQC, because we know from Malaysia's side, they're the ones winning Clash Squad, and this engagement is like typical Clash Squad gameplay. Now, Team Pharaoh has inserted a coin and will be the next challenger in that battle, and let's see if Todak is prepared to go against them. But for WAG, they will be left with 3 and they need to move away.
Faiz ends up getting picked off here. Dawn already finishes him off as Noki gets the instant revive back. Off screen, GOW faces off against Onyx Olympus. Cut back to that. Onyx on their last member and immediately get eliminated here. It wasn't even close. No members from the side. I just thought I saw Hans go down, but he got picked up straight away. Oh my goodness. We cut back to WAG against Kagendra, and Kagendra currently leading the eliminations for this current map as WAG finally get Explorer back up to speed here as they creep around looking for an entry point or at least a pick on one of the Kagendra members.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, it's tough, especially on how they are spread right now. But I guess passive gameplay is also something that would work for WAG. But for Pharaoh, Cougar, no eliminations just yet for him, but is connected with that electrotherapy and a little bit too aggressive, especially he spotted Videls already. But a quick recovery, quick revive has been done by Todak. Now, a lot of engagement has been happening. We have, I guess it's working against my condition right now because the focus is switching from one team or one engagement to the other, and given that, still have 11 teams, so it looks like it's similar to what we've seen earlier in the previous map.
It looks like everybody's being a little more aggressive. They're all sending out their scouts to look for potential engagements happening across the map, especially if they have neighbors within the area here. Traps trying to get the shot, unable to finish off the last quarter of WAG's health, but GOW's health, but the end, he wins out that fight. Todak now have to go for another reset, and the waiting game between WAG alongside Kagendra continues on here in Stadium. And I think this is going to boil over into the second round.
Let's see though, I mean, second round, who's going to ring the bell? And WAG right now, well, Kagendra already have the court on their side. So they have the home court, WAG would be the ones as guests, and two players might be the target. Raf right now almost being taken down with a shot, but quickly recovered, and Tikui backs away. So this might be a bait and switch being done by WAG, but no one from Kagendra is falling for that. But PLS1 says, no, we're going to take you down one at a time. Cyrus knocked down, and as well as Tikui, raised with the double vector, and not quite sure if this will work, but WAG has been taken down. The aggressiveness of Kagendra has already paid for them with 8 eliminations.
WAG, they got comfortable, and they got comfortable too quick. Zenzi already double headshotting, finding an elimination of his own, putting his team up in 4. But yeah, WAG really dropped the ball after they saw the initial Kagendra member wide swing into the time turner, which again shouldn't be the case. They already knew they could see the time turner through the wall of which they were holding the court from. You can never let your foot off the gas. GOW still at odds against Todak. This has been going on for a while. They've accumulated 7 eliminations at this point.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, it's more of back and forth, but it's a good thing that pickup's being done on GLW, and there's no revival involved for this team. So they're still maintaining their, I would say, passive approach, just going in against teams that is close or they know that they have advantage. But if they know as well that a lot of teams will be within the area, they would flank longer. But as you can see right now, Dian is part of a hit list. So this is also one reason why players are, or teams specifically, are pulling away from the group, because once you are on that hit list, your place in the map is shown. So you don't want to go to engagement. They will wait for the final 2 minutes, I would say. I think that was the time that we have on Dian, until it dies down, and then they can go with the rotation with the rest of the teams.
It's free information. The rest of the Todak members still on the outside of the blue, looking for any ways to go in. Faiz knows that he's in trouble. He's communicating with the rest of his team to actually go and start rotating clockwise down south, and then eventually to the western side to hopefully bypass the members holding Faiz hostage here. As we can see that Kagendra, he's looking for that opportunity. They see Faiz fly off. They don't catch him in time. But do they realize that GOW is already on the prowl? They go to the second floor to double confirm. They want to make sure that nobody else is here.
Yeah, well, I also guess that they realized it because they saw it in the minimap. And with that hit list being available, or being, I would say, much cheaper, a lot of players, a lot of teams have been using it, and we've seen that so much, even from last week. A lot of markers being shown on the map, giving up their location, and that's one reason why some of the teams are playing passive. And some of the teams as well know exactly where they need to head if they're aggressive enough. But for Kendra, aggressiveness is still paying through. CT7 would be, I would say, falling back into the fray, but Raz right now would be falling down because of what's happening against Todak. But Todak is already spread out. But fortunate for Noki, though, he has been isolated from the rest of the team, and Todak being outside of blue, same with Kagendra, would need to find a way onto the next phase of the circle. Otherwise, it will just them going down one at a time.
I mean, they need to beat out these Todak members who've been gatekeeping them and been fighting them for such a long time at this point. And not to mention that they're sitting around a vending machine, so they can easily finish them off and then look to come back to full fighting force. PR having to take the second floor here, realizing that Evos Divine are their next door neighbors. I'm going to guess that it's all the members of Flash in there. Yup. Every single member on that second floor.
Now, the thing is, on the second floor, there's still a lot of safety. This is a safety net for a lot of teams, because a team can rush on the ground floor as long as they keep guard on the stairs. But I don't think there's a problem right now for Team Flash. It's more of Evos that I'm second guessing their position, their spread. 2-2 on a split, and it's easy that a squad can just fly in using a launch pad and take away 2 of the players, leaving the others, or half of the team, well, dumbfounded on what happened. So hopefully they have a plan to recover or to regroup later on, but being an edge of circle, there's still plenty of time for them to move. So 6 seconds, make that 5 seconds remaining until the blue closes in, and the rest of the teams will be also flying in. And Rasia, good in snipes, has already spotted PE Sports.
Nicely played. Nicely played by Evos to make sure that they have a wide spread of information, right? Because that's the only reason why you want to have 2 buildings with a 2-in-2 formation, is to be able to cover more space and actually locate other teams rotating in. You might not be able to gatekeep as hard, but that's why Rasha was picking his head out very early on, looking towards that northern side, because initially they were getting shot by BTR, and that's why you can see their glue walls on the outside of their compound, and Rasha just needs to show enough presence to keep them in check. These angles are not safe, and everybody needs to be reminded about that.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, if you only have 1 or 2 windows, then you might be able to keep yourself safe, but on the other hand, it's BTR taking advantage of what Evos or Rasia was spotting on earlier. He knows a few players are dropping in, but since BTR has better vantage point, not only for those dropping in from the revive, but also those coming out, I guess this is a way for them to be a little bit more aggressive, but not in CQC. And I love the shift being done by BTR right now.
Wait, where is Kagendra? Where did they go? Oh, there they are. There they are, coming in from the southern side, but except it's just CT7 for now, taking the leap behind the Falcons. Now, Falcons have been extremely passive, right? We haven't seen them get into hefty fights just yet. They come from the southern side, but they are playing on a dangerous piece of land, and the next ring cut in half by the river, working out in their favor. CT7 eventually goes down, and that's going to be another squad down and out.
Yeah, let's see though, the Knucklers being used, and the 3 teams who has been in this specific area where Evo's Divine is are still there. So it's either Evo's Divine relocates, and they are doing right now, going into where Team Falcons are, and only 2 players are in this place. And Aim God managed to be taken out by players from PE Sports, but they need to deal with Team Falcons right now. Up close and personal, Rasia taking down Pina, and as well as recovering a teammates, Liminix 7 and Onfire has been split up. So Evo's Divine has taken over the small shack and pushed Falcons away.
Man, this is a risky move, but an important one to do. And most importantly, they're knocking the Falcons out of position, leaving them out in the wild, because everybody else can see them within line of sight. They're just across the river. They have to play on the backside of this shack, because they've already accidentally lost the member to a pick as Expand. Once again, getting eliminated by Todak this time round. As we now see that the blue is eventually going to start closing in. PR coming in from the northern side. FGLs are going to be thrown to try and move the positions. Does that mean that EVOS is going to jump out? I wouldn't imagine that they want to do so.
I doubt it, because I am pretty sure they know that Team Falcons still in there. Team Flash is a similar situation that we've seen on Team Falcons. The only difference is they will need to deal with 4 players from Pharaoh compared to the 2 that Evos is dealing with. So small shacks being taken, well, loss of real estate, and this is happening not only for Evos, Team Flash, even PE Sports on the other side.
Yeah, a lot of resources are being utilized between PR and as well as Flash right now. Oh! And as the ring pulls over directly onto PE Sports, what a call! As Falcons finally get eliminated, as the rest of the EVOS members were able to push out. But they realize that Todak has been very nearby, taking pot shots at them initially. They don't find the initial pick, but they want to go for more. They see the tip of that monster truck, so they gotta be careful not to get too close, especially in that floating side. PR and as well as Flash, an all-in engagement breaks out between the 2. It's a 2 versus 2 situation. Death and Zom versus Zenith, and as well as Dawn. The launcher has done its work, but the time turner keeping and forcing it into CQC. Zenith actually gets the trade onto Hong Am, turning this into a 3v2. PR get eliminated. Flash come up on top.
Yeah, still on top and still has potential to bring all of their teammates on the final circle. So they're very close though on the edge and only need to deal with PE Sport, but also Evos on the other side of the river. So we'll see on what move Evos Divine will need to do. Either launch pad or just swim across, because there's a lot of pressure not only coming from PE Sports but also from GOW and Team Flash. But Todak will be taken down. The ridge is slowly being taken by Evos Divine, and they're still surviving this fight.
They took the Riptide Rhythms to the face. They threw out the healing UAV to power through and save some med kits. And now PE Sports, they're positioning themselves right in front of their doorstep because they see GOW, they see Flash fighting each other. They get close to the chalet. If they can break this open, they might have a chance. Riptide Rhythms come through as all hell breaks loose. And Kojil already finds a Rasha with a headshot at close range, point blank. And they should clean this fight up. 2 members down, but no eliminations of their own. They just need to get the revives. They've held out long enough as the blue now decides to move to the northern side.
Yeah, and GOW is giving Evos Divine time to recover as they battle against Team Flash from distance. But the moment that Evos Divine steps away, then that's where the battle will ensue. Rip right now, heading in straight to Team Falcon, or Team Flash rather, and Evos Divine keeps them at bay. Koi will be taken down. They got information, and now they're chasing against GOW, the savior of their team. And Team Flash will be on the other side, the other compound. Now, Evos Divine is rushing in. Coach Chill on the front line. Rasia right now in Overwatch. And, well, they shift their momentum to GOW. It's much easier to deal with them up close and personal, out and open compared to Team Flash. But it's a team versus team right now, Gideon.
Yep, it's team versus team, and Rashio is just landing some good headshots right now. He's at a high point. Death the next to fall, and Zom should be falling pretty soon after. Evos just get handed the booyah. A huge mistake coming out from GOW side. They wanted to finish Flash up, but they didn't realize the revive speed was insane from Flash.
Bro, I mean, I don't know how Evos managed to do it. They were being targeted by 3 teams after they took down Team Falcons, and they still managed to revive, cross the river, and then dealt with teams one at a time. And this is something that we rarely see from a team go on a 1v4, I would say. Not 1v4 on the player, but 1v4 on a team. And Evo's Vine managed to pull it off.
Kind of ridiculous, right? Those small moments that we see from the side of Evos Divine, they like to regroup a lot. If one member goes down, you play defensively until we get the full 4, and then we push back out immediately. That split second of, hey, let's chill behind in front of the chalet real quick, give us a moment to breathe, gave them all the information they need, right? As soon as they engage, the engagement between Flash and as well as GOW started to begin, and then they started to trade spots. I can't believe that GOW, after finding the pixel on Flash, didn't full send it on them. They sent 3 members, they didn't send all 4, thinking that maybe Evos was going to start peeking out again, because they had to make the choice there and then.
Well, one thing that GOW could have done is probably stack a lot of glue walls on where Evo's Divine would be stepping out, and that gives them more time to go for rotate against Team Flash. And then once they turn around, or once Evo's Divine manage to get away from that spot, then they can deal with them. But how can they? Because Evo's Divine, regardless of who's in front of them, or who's on top of them, or whatever, they manage to take them down, grab the booyah, and if I'm not mistaken, that was a full squad. So Evo's Divine, despite of how they worked it out on week 1, not so high, they're bringing in a high note this time around.
Yeah, they're coming off of a really high note there. To be fair, not many of these gifts are going to be given out, and I think that GOW is probably like kicking themselves a little bit. It's like, we had the picks on Flash, we had the perfect setup to like get the booyah, the recipe was there, we had the ingredients, we just couldn't make it come together. A little unfortunate indeed, but at least Flash, they're probably thinking to themselves like, that actually, okay, we may have gotten eliminations, but they won some important fights. The early fights have been looking okay for them, especially even when PR full sends it on them. They were the ones who won that out and still remained with all 4 members of their squad to stay alive for top 3. I think it worked out great for them.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I love seeing these moments, like clutch moments, survivability, some teams just going against the odds. And I did mention it worked well for them. Well, I sure hope so, because they do have plenty of placement point. In terms of elimination, we will see that in a bit. But I'm loving how the story is being turned around in every corner, every change of maps that we have. But let's take a look at the highlight. And towards that latter end, we will see how rotation worked in favor of Evo's Divine, but I would say it's just GOW dropping the ball at that point.
Yeah, they did. I mean, Falcons, they got really, really unlucky with their timing as they were going for that launch pad. One of their members gets picked off, and then you see the full send coming in from Evos to push them out of the chalet that they were bunking for. Really, really unlucky there, but our MVP of this game goes over to none other than Ray. 6 eliminations. The kid still got it in him, but he's also running the Steffi this time round.
Yeah, let's see. I mean, Steffi, Andrew, Joseph, as well as Ford. It's more of just making sure that they're beefed up. Ray is this guy, their tank, I would say, at this point. And not only tank, he got a lot of elimination as well as the damage brought in, but it's because of that close range engagement, making sure that Steppy has been popped, no grenades will be bothering them later on, or once that is active, that made them survive a little bit longer. So I love what Ray has brought in, but as we look at the team stats right now, it's not just Ray, it's also Rasia, the Wonder Kid is back on his feet. Not so much of elimination, but I would say there's so much of CQCs happening, so it doesn't give him too many openings on a sniper.
Yep. I mean, Russia was, again, showing a lot of presence, especially when they needed it the most, right? Holding 2 buildings at once with a 2-and-2 split, and still putting himself out in the open to try and scout out. And honestly, because of him scouting out, they noticed PR jumping in from that northern side. So at the end of the day, it all worked out well for EVOS Divine. In terms of their lineup, right, they have no quote-unquote dedicated space takers, right? They're letting them just tank through the damage. Cassie alongside with Steffi just to make sure that which also explains why they're even bothering to carrying these healing UAVs in the first place.
Yeah, well, that's one thing as well. They also have Coach Shield, who not only is giving them support because of the basic therapy, and it also has Olivia, so it gives them a shared healing, and that made them a little bit stronger, a little bit more beefier in that fight. And speaking of beefier, close to 30 on the points, on the total points, 17 elimination and 12 on the placement point. They ate a lot in this battle. They ate a lot, and I guess they're not slowing down, especially after this huge momentum that's coming to them right now.
Huge momentum. 29 total points here. Skyrocketed above the rest. Almost got 30, to be perfectly honest, but still, EVOS needed time to reconsider a couple of decisions, which inevitably ended them with a booyah. But bringing it back to their setup, it kind of makes sense why now they don't want grenades to be thrown, especially if you want to be able to heal the entire party and have a little bit of a damage sharing going around. You probably don't want to get AoE down in the first place.
Well, let's see though. I mean, for today's standing, we are being shown just for today between Group B and C. Team Falcon still leading the prey, but the gap between them is not that far. Even Divine, after that booyah, is now very close to taking the #1 spot. And Sodak, consistency from this team, no booyah, no problem. As long as you get a lot of elimination as well as good placement point, you would be part of the top 3. Now, heading over the overall standings, we are seeing on the left-hand side 3 teams just moving up. Esports, GOW, as well as EVOS Divine. And this is what EVOS Divine really needs, because they started the day a little bit lower, and I guess they just want to secure their spot in the top 12 by the end of the week.
They're trying to build up that buffer, right? Now we're seeing that the buffer become very, very clear. It's from 11th place onwards. Onyx, honestly, if they did a little bit better in their last 2 maps, they could have been part of that roster as well. But it's looking tougher and tougher. 100 points isn't going to cut it anymore, especially coming in towards the end of week 2.
Yeah, well, let's see though. We have just ended 3 of the maps right now, and well, I would want to see more battle. Next up would be Kalahari though, and 3 matches overall. It seems like it's getting a little bit too fast, Gideon.
It is. I mean, these games are going very, very quickly, but they're not ending as quickly as I thought it was. Other than map #1. I think that's the only one because we didn't even get to the final ring, couple of zones. But to be fair, we haven't really gotten to the final couple of zones anyways.
Well, let's see. Let's see though, as excitement is already building up. We have done or halfway through the day, and we still don't see, I would say, a huge set of lead being taken by one team, especially on the daily standing. So we'll have to find out if there's anyone else that will be popping off apart from those grabbing booyah for this day, because I love to see a mix-up of everyone who would be grabbing more points compared to what they did in week 1. It only proves to show that this rest, the week's rest, is helping the team adapt as well. Because if they can do their homework, study their opponent, as well as change whatever information they got, and earlier we have been shown a drop spot, and a lot of teams has changed or pulled away from those hot drops. So they don't want to die or probably engage early into the fight. But before we head anything else, we are going in for an interview right now. So let's bring it over to the booyah team and hear what they had to say.
All right. Thank you, casters. Survivors, that is it. 3 games down. You know it. It's time for a bit of an interview. And let's get straight into it. I'm here with Ray from EVOS Divine. Hello, Ray.
Hello.
Udah 3 game nih kita lalui bersama-sama di matchday pertama pekan kedua ini. Gimana rasanya melihat persaingan yang ada dan juga pertarungan yang tersaji? Silakan dipikirkan jawabannya, aku akan translate dulu. How do you feel about going into the first 3 game on today's matchday entering the second week?
Mungkin kalau perasaannya di week kedua ini kayaknya gameplaynya agak pasif aja sih dibanding week 1.
Oh, so he feels that the gameplay is a bit more passive this week for some reason. Apa kira-kira yang membuat gameplaynya terasa lebih pasif? Apakah pergerakan dari lawan atau memang ada strategi khusus yang juga disampaikan sama pelatih supaya kamu bisa menurunkan intensitas dari permainan? Is there any specific strategy that your coach told you to do to turn down the intensity a little going into the second week?
Mungkin kita ngikutin gameplay di pot kali ini aja sih. Jadi kalau gameplaynya pasif, jadi kita harus ikut pasif juga lah.
Oh, so basically what they're doing is that they're trying to follow the gameplay that has been played on today's spot, but they are trying to adjust a little more to the game. Okay, last question. Memasuki pekan kedua yang artinya juga merupakan pekan penentuan, apakah ada target atau harapan sendiri yang digantungkan kepada para player dari EVOS Divine? Is there any specific target that you like to achieve? Knowing that the second week is actually very important to determine your position in this competition.
Mungkin kita kasih yang terbaik aja sih. Kita ikutin arahan coach kita aja. Kalau kita main pasif ya kita harus main pasif. Gak ada target yang harus ke satu banget sih.
Okay. So for now, they're just trying to give their best, play the very best as they can, because as we all know, second week is very important. So Ray here, and of course on behalf of his team, is just trying to do what the coach is telling them to do, and hopefully the strategy could send them further into the competition. Thank you so much, Ray. Good luck for the rest of the game. And survivors, we're gonna go back to the casters. I'm wondering kira-kira apa yang mau disampaikan para casters mendengar jawaban-jawaban dari Ray tadi yang udah siap banget nih memasuki pekan kedua dan pastinya ingin lebih menyesuaikan dengan pola permainan yang ada di pot kali ini. Take it away, casters!
My family, the Yagami clan, once reigned supreme. Its legacy entwined with the eternal symbol of fire. But fire alone does not define its power. Beneath the radiant glow lay a secret, a shadow unseen by the eyes of the world. On the day when the flames of our clan were extinguished, my elder brother chose the path of silence, bearing the weight alone. But I swore to fight back.
Why did you do this?
The fire blazes with light, but the shadow fuels the fight.
Welcome back, everybody. You're watching the Free Fire World Series Southeast Asian Fall Season of 2025. My name is Getting Q, and of course, we also have Neptune here at the desk to keep you guys entertained because we've already gone through 3 maps, and the fight is only heating up some more between Groups B as well as Group C.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's being heated, and we've seen a lot of upset happening overall, with a lot of potential momentum shift that will be done, especially in the beginning of week 2. And I love this for the teams right now. That week's rest is giving them so much potential and bringing a lot to the table. And this is what they need right now, especially the road to the grand finals is still a long way ahead.
It's a very long way ahead, but these points are extremely important. By the end of today, if we're looking to get closer to the 200 mark, they should be good for the rest of the week, because I think that right now the point differential is starting to look very drastic between the first pagers and the second pagers.
Yeah, I mean, I love that some of the teams really are performing quite well, but those on Group C are being left behind. And good thing as well that they're starting this week with against Group B. But it's just unfortunate, but we're only seeing a few of those names really pop off, like Team Falcons as well as, well, GOW, who has felt a lot of pressure in the previous match, especially in the second map, and hopefully they can recover from that.
Yeah, no, I think that right now between groups A, B, and C, all the bottom side teams are really generally looking to struggle overall, but a majority of them are coming in from Group C itself. But that's assuming that they don't get some major points now, right? Because again, we've gone through the biggest maps so far in terms of our rotations of maps. We're going back to the classics for the second half. We're going to face off with our very last giant map, Kalahari. A lot of verticality to play with, but then we finally get back to the next and as well as Bermuda to close out the day.
Now going to Kalahari right now, I know this is in most instance Indonesian map, but looking at the result from week 1, is still Team Falcons taking lead. They got 39 points in their match here, as well as a booyah, or 1 booyah. And well, RRQ is part of that list. There's always number 1 in Kalahari because I know this is their home ground, but when we look at Group B and C, it's Team Falcons, Pharaoh, and third on the list would be PE Sports. No booyah for PE Sports as well, but they're 1 point below for against Pharaoh in terms of this map.
And I want to see whether or not, you know, the teams are going to start changing their strategies coming into Kalahari. Because the last time we saw Kalahari, we were making sure that teams were not only getting chased around, but making sure that these early engagements really, really counted, right? Forcing teams to reset on Kalahari is pretty brutal overall once you get into the third, and especially once we start getting into the fourth ring, because there's just no POIs to play for by Ring 4 in itself. And you would imagine that the Indonesian teams would be doing well, but they keep colliding into resistance all across Kalahari.
Yeah, keep colliding against each other, and it's really tough being a strong region. Strong teams from the same region going against each other doesn't do quite well for the region itself. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see. A lot of adjustment has been done from the first 3 maps, Purgatory as well as Solara, and the previous one was Alpine. But in Kalahari, there's I would say a huge shift of tactics. But we've seen glimpse of what they can offer from the earlier maps. Was it Solara that we've seen so many players from one specific team using a marksman and a sniper, and that helped them, or that will help them in this Kalahari map? Because as you did mention, verticality, long range distance, that is what would help them. But in terms of moving in and out, hook gun availability is also helping them in that regard.
Yep, teams who are looking to hurt their opponents and then chase them afterwards are really going to benefit on a map like this. So it's kind of 50-50 for squads like Onyx Olympus or even Team Flash, assuming that they don't take an early engagement from the get-go. And let's assume that they do win it. Still, moving on, they are going to need some prime weaponry if they want to survive.
Yeah, exactly, and that's where that assault bunker is really important, as well as the airdrops that has been coming in. Like from most instances, that the team is gathering in that spot, but that would depend on where they will be rotating. The flight path is also a huge determination or determining factor if they would start off early
whether
or
or not
a little
it's
bit
going
later.
to be their game or not, it's tough to say. But considering that these teams are already throwing each other high fives, it looks like we might be jumping into the map real soon here. We'll see whether or not it's going to be just as aggressive. But I feel like so far, I'm really hoping that Bigatron gets back up on their feet. I thought they had an opportunity finding some prime positioning at the beginning of today's map, Purgatory, but from then on, it doesn't seem like they've been able to really pump the numbers out. They always get a little unfortunate once they get into the top 6 position, losing at least 1, sometimes even 2 of their members before they make it to top 4.
Yeah, I mean, and it's tough though, and we've seen for a fact that some of the teams that really are going for survivability is the ones who keep their teammates up and running towards the end. But aggression versus survivability, well, Evo's Rasia, 2 Buyas, yes, it's more gearing towards survivability, but with the elimination as well as the damage that they have brought in, I would say it's a mix of both. It's aggression from a distance that is helping Evo's Divine, even Rasia, put in all these numbers.
Hey, that's why the AC-80 so far is looking to be the most popular weapon to have alongside, whether it's a sniper rifle or a shotgun. It's just so stable and reliable. I mean, Rashi has been doing a lot of work. You can tell by his damage, 2 Buyas already achieved. He can apply a lot of pressure. And not to mention that he's been getting into some pretty close quarter combats as well, considering that his team needs to be relatively close for them to make all of their passive and actives really effective.
I love that they're gearing away from the usual tactic of 3-1 split and Rasia being left behind or being left far away from the rest. And it gives them more chances of going for the pickup, especially if Rasia is the one who's carrying the team. And that might be the case from the past, but this time around, it's not that Rasia who's doing so much work. We've seen AimGod, we've seen Coach Chill doing so much in those engagements in the CQCs that would help Rasia to have a little bit of breathing space as well as keep distance to make those snipes count. But I do agree, CQCs is looking quite prime for Evos, but also for the other teams. One is WAG, who geared away from having X-Bore on a long range and put that responsibility to PLS1. And the moment they have that chance, especially in Kalahari, that they will need a double snipe setup, they can still make it work.
Yep, we've seen the double snipe setup actually work out before, especially for WAG, right? They're able to, hurt a lot of teams from afar, and more importantly, with their double snipe setup, it seems to me that they are able to kind of influence the map without really having to fully commit into peppering a squad. But with that being said, considering that we're already halfway through, it's time to get our hands a little sandy here. It's gonna get hot as we continue the second half of Week 2, Day 1 here in Kalahari.
Yeah, well, the sandy desert and the heat of the battle is about to begin. The flare flight path can give a lot of teams advantage, but let's take a look as where they will be dropping. And X-Pan, who might be going against not only a Pharaoh, but no, Pharaoh has already moved into Santa Catarina, but it's GOW who's heading into Stone Ridge. Now, two teams heading Stone Ridge is, I would say, not looking good for either team, but knowing that in the next week, they might be having Borem United part of the mix. So it might be three teams going against each other once that happened. But so far, GOW and Expand. GOW seems like, in paper, the stronger team. Now, this is a chance for Expand to really prove their worth.
Expand. They're running the Cassie this time round. They need to start attaching the electrotherapy to somebody. They need to regroup real quick. Seeing that Vault's as well as Ram. Oh no, Vault's instantly getting picked off here. That's one less member that they're going to work with. Hans gets traded back instantaneously. Nicely done. Luki is just making sure that he's keeping his boys alive. Vault's, he's going to be able to get that revive real quick. WHE was facing off Kagendra off the screen, but Expand, now that they've kind of regrouped together, and even dropping the time turners. Great shots coming in from Rama. That should be able to close things out as Too Fast quickly ducks in, taking out traps, expecting a scout here by Stone Ridge.
Yeah, I mean, scout from TDK or Todak right now, who's trying to take advantage of the chaos that's happening between GOW and Expand. But it seems like Expand's winning the fight, and GOW as well has made a good run away from Todak. So they could have been taken down by this team, but good enough that one of the players from Todak has been taken down and traps will be revived. But Rip right now will be ripped out of this battle. There goes the Rebel Rush, but no! Rip with a Thompson ripped away Noki, and as quickly as that has been revived. So I'm not sure what the plan of Todak is right now, but it seems like them being spread out from sub to Stone Ridge is somewhat of a losing game that they're starting out. So hopefully in the future, we'll still see more of them regroup before they go for the engagement.
This is how the way that TDK likes to actually play out their early game, right? If they don't get no early engagements, they quickly look across the map to see whether or not their neighbors are going to be nearby, and then they don't mind spending the coins to actually bring back one or arguably even two members, especially since there's only two of them looting up everything. Now, we already see the picks starting to come through. WAG have a bit of split of their own, but they have to deal with Kagendra. Finally, PLS1 is able to take out easy for Raf. The other members, Cyrus, again, trying to make sure that they have a long spread into the zone itself, but they don't have any prime positions against Kagendra just yet.
Yep, no prime position, but the hook gun might be a great position taker for Cyrus. Bison in hand, trying to go up close and personal with Thumb. Oh, no, that was a Mag 7. That is quite well in the CQC. That would bring Cyrus down. Now, we'll see if this will be a takedown on CT7, because I know with all those engagement can pull in the rest of Kagendra, but no, Kagendra is just pulling away, and CT7 will be left on his own. But despite of a knockdown against Explorer, the follow from PLS1 will knock him down, and the pickup can be done for WAG, or at least for one. But for Onyx right now, they are on the battle against PE Sports, but not quite sure if this is an overshoot of a reposition for Onyx, but this brings Onyx a little bit spread too thin.
I don't know about that. Expand ends up getting eliminated here. I think he was looking for the potential lone member from PE Sports who's trying to anchor down from that southern side, right? Because you can see that Onyx, they're trying to get to the top roof here, and it's really, really dangerous, especially when you've got snipers peppering you at the same time. PE Sports, they're known to kind of just stick together and work as four, but Lao Ho is so far away with a pretty good angle, and even Flash getting involved in here, flying on over and finding their own picks. Putra, he's got to make this fast here as they give up the position on that top side. They might just bail out of the scenario.
I'll see though if PE Sports can bail out, because yes, they have a high ground, but being seen, being spotted, and having that vending machine out in the open as well might be the loss for PE Sports. Only Nolan remain right here, but there goes the shot, and Onyx Olympus trying to make do as well as make sure that PE Sports will not recover that quickly. Though they lost one player, they still have a lot of points and elimination on their hands already. But for Lao Ho, who is solo after reviving one of their teammates, might be meeting up with WAG, but he managed to get away, get into the ground, pulling away from this platform.
They have to quickly scope around. I don't think they saw Lao Ho, who's hiding directly underneath. But BTR finally take out members of Flash. They get the revive straight away, but now PR is taking on GOW. While this is happening on towards the sub. GOW, no time to breathe here. Cougar, he's trying his best. Oh no! It's just too much to handle here. PR take out the rest of GOW. No problem. How did Cougar just get to walk up for free here?
Well, I guess Hans was a little bit busy buying back his teammate, and well, he did manage to go for that revive, but to what loss? I mean, lost one player or two players from their side, but at least GOW, despite of how tough they have been taking it, not only for this map but also in the previous one, they're still surviving. So I love the fighting spirit coming from GOW, and with how they're placed in the leaderboard as well, I think they're not slowing down despite of all the challenges that they're meeting.
Information has been relayed. WAG are aware that Todak is within the vicinity. I'm not 100% sure where exactly though. We currently only see three members of Todak. And Noki, already marked for death, reveals his position straight away. Really unfortunate, as the full fighting force of Todak is a little spread out towards refinery. We quickly jump over to Evos Divine, chasing down Dian for GOW.
GOW has been in a rough start, and up until this moment in the going to the second phase of Circle. But there's plenty of time though. It just so happened that the flight path is fair, all bases are already covered, and there's a limited option for them. But I know there's still a few options that GOW can take, especially on those revive. But for the other teams right now, they need to move fast, because apart from Blue closing in, there's also a lot who's already going for the gatekeep, and this is Kagendra CT7 with that SBD, and the rest of the teams being on a hit list as well. This is Raz. He pulls away from where they were and now regroups. So more numbers to deal with whoever will be chasing them despite of being in a hit list.
Yup. Esports by Santa Catarina able to find Dian again after being revived by Akoy. At this point, they've just been chased all the way across the map, and I mean, PR, they're not going to let this go, right? They've already thrown out the UAV as well, despite being marked by Kagendra Zaraz. They don't really care about this, but it gives full information to GOW as to who is currently on their tail as they make their way into Stone Ridge. Laoho now getting peppered on the other hand. Is he left by himself? Does he have no other team members? It looks like he's all by himself, and Russia quickly takes him out.
Yeah, I mean, he has been taken out, Lao Ho, and it was a result of what happened earlier. Lao Ho was quite far from the rest of the team, but I don't think they have been taken out completely just yet. It's just that insurance policy, and after a revive, probably has managed to bring back the teammates. And we're seeing a few of those together with Team Falcons, but there's still a lot of risk involved. Pina tries to shoot down on Nero, but Nero a little too quick on that launch pad.
He heads towards the northern side, the furthest side from the ring at this point. He's going to try to find an entryway, some way, somehow. Limit, he doesn't mind. He's already taken the area. He doesn't mind being marked as well. 45 more seconds before it dissipates. They know that LBT is somewhere around, but they don't want to put them in a position where they trade 1-for-1. We do see that Russia getting attacked by everybody, even Fighting Dash being deployed by Kagendra as they're trying to make the run. They already find Rhea, and as well as Russia, the initiation is good as Aim God tanks through the damage as much as possible. Aim God holds off Russia, gets picked up by Coachil. They both go down as the Riptide Rhythms crash through. They cannot defend. That's Evos Divine bowing out at 11th, and now Pharaoh wants to get involved, but the fight happened too quick. They back away.
And I love this move coming from Pharaoh right now. I know this team has the aggression on them, and I think that hit list on Raz has pulled in a lot that they can go in against. Now let's see though if this is something that that can be turned around by Kagendra at this point, especially in how they have performed from the previous game. But Pharaoh right now, 9 elimination already on the edge of circle, similar to what we're seeing for Team Falcons. But the same story, the same contender is in front of them. Team Falcons going against GOW. I know, I think GOW has studied the how Team Falcons are winning the battle, and they're trying to replicate it. But they're replicating it too much that they're ending with going against each other. In most cases, they're not.
So far, they traded 1-for-1. Deanne, does he manage to make it through? Deanne ends up getting knocked down by the enemy skill. That's unfortunate. And that is going to be the rest of the members getting blasted through. Hans. Oh man, he's all by himself. His frontliners all end up going down despite trading 1-for-1 initially on the knockdowns.
Yeah, all by myself. I know it's out of tune, but that is what Hans is feeling right now. And there you have it. Kiroro for the final nail in the coffin against GOW. I know they're high on the leaderboard right now, but this would be a loss for them, especially those taking them out are #1 squad. Now, Team Falcons has managed to get a lot more in terms of elimination, but they need to move fast because the blue is closing in. But for BTR, 7 elimination, and we haven't seen them mostly on the CQC, and that is with the help of Koja as well as Dix, and also one more player on that AWM. So the long range on the 3 players does help a squad get a few more of points, especially Kalahari.
So far, high ground being currently owned by PR at this point. We see on the northern side, the Falcons, not a lot of space to actually move. They can go through low ground and hide through the ridges to get towards that top side, but they know that Kagendra is not too far away. However, BR are the ones who take the initiation. They're lobbing nades to take the space. They want that high ground. They want this ridge. And as Falcons drop a glue wall of their own, they're looking up to try and blow them off the spot. Now, Limit, he's got a very far angle here, and they're waiting for a movement. PR looked like they were just faking it for the most part, as the next ring is going to start revealing itself real soon.
Oh, there you have it, and it is on the side of Kagendra. But Kagendra has been waiting for this battle to ensue for quite some time. So the moment that PR or a Team Falcons manage to take down each other, I guess that is where Kagendra steps in, or probably steps out of the current circle and try to get as much elimination as possible. But for those close behind, it is WAG as well as Onyx Olympus. Only 2 eliminations from WAG. Doesn't look too promising, but I guess this is how they are trying to play this out. A little bit more passiveness, despite of the firepower that they have with PLS1 and X4 combined on the long range. So, this is questionable for me, especially looking at WAG with not so much of elimination, but going back to what we've seen, PR and Falcons going against each other, and it's Kagendra taking advantage.
Yep, Kagendra has a power position jump put down low, but On Fire is already down on his knees. Limit is already making a run for the inner side of the circle to hold out for as long as possible on that low ground, but the rest of his teams fight out. Kiroro finally falls. Same goes for Pina here, as Kage. They haven't really intervened as much as I thought they would at this point. Now, PR starts taking the space, and Limit is trying to out-heal it while he hides behind cover. And at this point, with the rest of the northern teams starting to dwindle down, BTR alongside Kagendra are the big benefactors, as plenty of elimination points are falling into their hands. Diggs finds another one in WAG, but Faez finds the shot onto PR. I'm guessing that Torak is on the southern side of that map. Yep. This eastern side is getting very, very packed.
Oh, definitely. I mean, a lot, especially at blue closing in, and Team Falcons will be taken down. Kagendra, no, feeling the wrath of PE Sports. They've stayed here for quite some time, and only CT7 would be left. And PE Sports with a full squad, they need to run because the blue's closing in, but a 1v1's happening on the other side, and LBT. No love, but hate against those trying to take them down. And they managed to survive with a full squad, even Onyx Olympus. How silent they are, they have been spotted because of the open area that Kalahari has to open.
And that is just revenge for them. Kagendra, they took them out last week in the same fashion, right? PE, they were all stuck as 4, but they flushed them out real quick. But now, they fell into PE's trap, having 4 people on the swing. Not exactly ideal when you're looking for an isolated target. WAG, they have to start making a move eventually, but BTR are holding them hostage here. They're using the grapple hooks, but they don't cover their backs, and unfortunately, PSL1 and Cyrus take the brunt of the damage because of it. They thought they walked away with no tax, but BTR says, no, we're coming for you. You have to pay it up. PR, the next to fall. As we see Tikwe, he manages to get Tix on the way out. They've taken enough damage here, but they also hurt BTR.
And WHE has a good chance to go for the backstab against Kyung right now. There goes the Ripside Rhythm, but it is coming from Team Flash. Decoy would be hit with the Drogon coming from Kyung, and Kyung will be running in. Not quite sure unscathed, but he will be knocked down because of the blue. Now, Koja and Juan try and survive a duo that would be deadly in this fight, especially distraction is happening on the side of PE Sports and Todak, but the pickup after a knockdown is being done by PE Sports quite well as Nolan provides the distraction. Only Videls remain for Zodak, and PE Sports is still a full squad who might be battling against Team Flash, but no! Wang Am managed to take down Nero and confirm that. So it's a 3v4v1 situation, and Todak's losing it.
So close for PE Esports to actually recover from the damage. Now Valiant Dash has already been used to could get a deep cut on this northern side. Flash have to take them on 4v4 as Hwangam goes into above and beyond. They take them all out in one fell swoop. It wasn't even close there. What a move coming in from Hwangam.
Well, Team Flash, we know that they are an aggressive team. It's a good thing that they pulled it off in this final moment. And Team Flash grabbing their second booyah for the knockout stage, and I guess with the placement on the 13th place that they have before this game has started, this would move them up a little bit closer to a safety spot, especially by the end of this week.
Oh man, finally, second half of the rotations of maps, and we see that Flash really have gotten off the rust. They're ready to Clash Squad. I don't know. PE Sports winning out their Clash Squad of their own, and then Flash. Oh my goodness. That was such a nasty move, going above their heads to make set up this play.
Yeah, it's tough though. I mean, for Todak, I know they went in for survivability, a little bit of aggression as well earlier on before only one remained. But Team Flash, not only did they deal with a lot of teams, especially in the final circle, but they've dealt with it from a distance, keeping themselves safe. So this makes a team more deadlier, especially in Kalahari, if you can keep yourself safe. Because I know for as well that Onyx Olympus, one of the team that has been passive all throughout the games, didn't survive in those engagements. So Team Flash, aggression from a distance. This is, I guess, the name of the game at this point.
It really is, right? We saw all the teams who got close into the CQC ended up taking a full brunt of the damage and not winning it out. PE Sports are a little notorious for that because, again, I think a lot of their strategy was having 4 people to deal with the man who swings. Whether it's 2 people, whether it's 1 person, it's not all 4, that's for sure.
Well, definitely, that is something that has twisted the game overall. Another team would be taking part of the Booyah Takers right here, especially in week 2 or day number 1 of week 2. And from Team Flash, not quite sure if this can bring them a little bit higher because compared to the other teams as well, they've done so much more. And I hope the Team Flash can bring themselves up on the remaining 2 maps.
I hope so too. Honestly, I thought that Kagendra was in a primary position here. I'm pretty surprised that they ended up losing on their full all engagement. I mean, let's look at the highlights one more time to see how this played out, because initially on the outer ring, once the first ring was predetermined, a lot of fights started to break out between a lot of the teams. But the recovery as we got into the mid game became very evident for a majority of the teams at the same time.
Yeah, let's see though. Let's see if this is something that they can turn around quite quickly, because comparing each map or each engagement in each map from the first to the fourth, a lot of changes are being done. Those that's happening are doing quite well on the early parts of this day, is failing towards the end. But Team Flash right now, MVP would be Wang M, and we know how it is from distance. The sniper of the team wearing that Skylar can just break down a lot of defenses and even bring Suzy into play, because we know how revival is priority in most of the team. Moko for more information, and Maro as well. From a distance, he gets all those damage, increases damage that will be dealt with the snipe. So 7 elimination, 2992 on the damage, and 8 knockdown. It's only Wang Am that we're looking at right now. In a bit, we're going to see on how much more Team Flash has done in this game.
Running the Trogon, nevertheless, as well, having that extra bit of firepower, especially with the way that they've been kind of clash squatting against a lot of teams, right? It seems like they're making sure that the double peaks, triple peaks, full squad peaks, wide swings have been extremely good. Because again, I'm surprised that Flash is coming out of these scenarios alive. Early engagements haven't exactly gone well, but they recovered almost immediately after, and it looks like, yeah, we saw death, we saw ABCD, and as well as the Zom taking a lot of damage after their early engagement, and I think it was only Huang Am who was the one bringing back his squad.
Yeah, well, based on the result right now, especially, they didn't show up that much on, I would say, until that final moment. So it seems like Wang M has been playing this really the usual, the OG Kalahari style, like keeping yourself in distance, and he's a sniper of the team as well. So not so much of elimination coming from the rest of the team, especially for support, which is Death, with a Cassido trying to support ABCD, but ABCD didn't bring in a lot. There's not so much of change in terms of what they're bringing in an active and passive skill, but one thing's for sure, Chrono and the Time Turner has made his comeback, and a lot of teams has utilized this to perfection, I would say. Perfect timing on the drop of that Time Turner before you jump out, or as your opponent jump against you, you pull out the Time Turner and then you jump out to go for that hit. And that's what a lot of teams, not only Team Flash, has been doing.
I don't know whether I necessarily agree with this particular setup, because again, it puts you at a couple of awkward scenarios if you're lacking information or if somebody is going to inevitably flank you, right? The Time Turner is such a big ability. However, it's counterintuitive if you're going hyper aggressive or if you're trying to be hyper defensive, which is probably one of the few ways you can take advantage of the Time Turner to turn things upon your opponents. Well, to be fair, 22 and still the Booyah, they still find success at the very end here with P Esports not too far behind them, but it does mean that they shoot themselves up in points, which is what we were hoping to see anyways.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's not so much 22 points, but compared to what they brought in, especially in the first map, they didn't get any points. So they're the first team that has been taken out in Purgatory, and not so much in Solara. So there's still a long warm-up for Team Flash. But I love that we're seeing it right now in Kalahari, and they have 2 more chances later on. Now, looking at the overall standings, Team Flash 13 plays, but only 1 point though behind Onyx. And Onyx, judging from their performance, they did grab the Booyah in the first, but that's the map that followed didn't get that much. Like Solara, 0 points, 1 point from Alpine. It's only Kalahari that they were able to recover a little bit.
Yeah, and now the race is a little tighter between the 12 and 13th spot. It's making it closer, and to be fair, Kagendra could have been in that spot as well. Even so, it's still a very tight race. They are looking to make sure they make it into the top 12, and if you want to do so, maybe consider drinking some Red Bull Zinc and Vitamins from Thailand, because it's supplemented with some of the best stuff. It's got zinc, of course, B3s, B6s, it's got a mild taste, and especially for those of you who are looking for something that doesn't increase your calorie count through the roof and ruin your diets, this is the best product to go for. Stay highly focused, seize every opportunity, and achieve Booyahs with style. Hey, victories all around.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you had to say that because you know for a fact. I told you that I'm trying to work out as well, and this would help me. Yeah, I don't want extra calories in there, and that Red Bull would definitely help me. Not only that, we've seen trust in the teams on how well they have. So trust your energy that we will bring the energy to the remaining 2 maps of this game, because the day's early, and we've seen so much. Already, Gideon.
We've seen a decent amount, but I feel like, you know, some of the heavy hitters aren't hitting as hard as we thought they were. I thought that Falcons would be a lot more dominant here, but it seems like they keep on colliding, and P Esports is really taking the lead right now in terms of being not only aggressive, but making some extremely smart calls.
Yeah, well, let's see though. Let's see if they can make the smart calls later on, because so far from some of the teams, they managed to have a slow pace, starting off from Purgatory towards Kalahari. And for the others, consistently wise, Team Falcons, they did quite well in the first 2 games, but unfortunately, like, we are looking for a lot of consistency, especially on that Kalahari map. If they could have headed to Kagendra from the get-go, they could have survived a little bit longer and probably got close to that Puya. But unfortunate for them, they got stuck against two teams, and it's just tough. Even in Kalahari, with not so much of cover to protect you. So, but Nextera would be a different story, because it's a huge shift to what we've seen in Kalahari, because Nextera is peppered with all those small compounds.
Yeah, it is peppered with a lot of small compounds. Maybe it's going to allow teams like Falcons to kind of sneak their way in rather than having to play on the outside and taking so much damage with no means of getting in. Same goes for Onyx as well, right? You can avoid by hunkering down, disincentivize your opponents by having to make them full commit in under your roof. Not exactly the best play for a lot of these teams, especially when there's so much play area to work with.
Definitely. I mean, Nextera, this is, I would say, one of the newer maps other than Solara and Alpine. So it's not an OG map, but we've seen a lot of teams really make it work in this map. But looking at the numbers as well, when it comes to Nextera, it is Team Falcons who's still leading the fray. Well, if we take out RRQ, because RRQ is a #1 spot with 44 points and 1 Booyah as well. But Team Falcons, despite of not getting any Booyah, and this is, I don't know, how many maps can Team Falcons get the top 3 spot despite of not getting Booyahs? It's just because of their consistency. And I love seeing this prime of Team Falcons, despite of losing a few of their players, like OG players from CGGG, but they're trying to make sure that even if this is just the knockout stage, they want to practice so much more of getting into the final circle, so when it does matter on grand finals, they can make it work.
And I love that. I love that teams are looking to be able to close things out, especially with our tournament format, man. And this champion rush system just forces team to focus not only on like the bigger pictures, but consistency doesn't necessarily mean that you win the game. You still gotta find that win at the very end. So it's great to see that, you know, squads from Vietnam are really working on those 4v4s, on clash squatting in general, because it always felt like they had the raw understanding and like foresight of the macro.
Yeah, I love that, like, Clash Squad is part of this tournament as well, because, you know, we talked about it when Clash Squad has been introduced, and it's just similar to what we've seen in Battle Royale. It's just that of a team versus team, and that's what happens most of the time. If you're against teams, especially in early parts of the drop, or phase 1 or phase 2 of the circle, that's where we see everyone trying to go Clash Squad against each other, like CS against each other. And with CS being part of the tournament and more chances for the teams to get a few more in terms of prize pool, this gives more of, I would say, more of a different perspective of Free Fire overall. But for WAG, aggression versus survival, Cyrus, a similar story to what we've seen earlier with Evo's Rasia, 2 Booyahs, but instead of damage, it's survival time. So he has more survivability, close to 10k in terms of survival. And a little fun fact as well, I guess, are questions answered by X-Bor right here, Gideon.
Yep, we asked WAG's Export whether he was worried about EVOS' aggressive pace, which will overwhelm their strategy, and he answered that we respect EVOS' strategy, but our team is well prepared for every opponent. When the time comes, we're ready to show our full strength, and I feel like we haven't seen them at that full strength yet, right? I feel like they always do this. They take their time because they're confident in collecting points when it matters the most, and then we'll have to see during the grand finals whether that statement is true or not.
How, as a response from Evo's Divine Coach Hill, WAG success, the question is, WAG success with their survival-focused strategy, are you considering your own team approach? Well, the answer is they respect the team strategy as well, but their success only motivates them, or Evo's Divine. So I love that the respect is being part of a response from each team. This is a good chance really to go on a trash talk, but this is more of a wholesome team, and they love, not only do they love the game, but they love each other, and they are showing that respect. Their opponents are the great motivator for them to improve. So I love hearing that or reading that from two players from different teams.
That or Free Fire censorship team is doing a really good job. One or the other. I would love to believe that these teams are extremely respectful, but we've seen them trash talk before, so I'll put a little salt on that. Put a little pinch of salt on these statements overall. But the general consensus is very clear, right? Again, yes, there is respect, but it's also very different outlooks on what the game is, or they think the game should be played at this very moment, right? And I think that with EVOS Divine, obviously survival time is definitely important, but would I say they are the most aggressive team based on what we've seen for these past 2 weeks? I would say no, they're not. They actually have a very resource-oriented style of playing. When they have resources to work with, that's when they can make aggressive plays.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, and that's a good strategy as well. That's the reason why they won Esports World Cup. It's because of their working with what they have in terms of resource. So let's see now if this is where they continue the story of that aggression as well as resource gameplay, because Nextera is already in front of us, and this is the future of Free Fire. As we look at the flight path, I'm smiling, almost smiling, because it's skewed. I thought it was skewed even more, but I guess Free Fire doesn't want that to happen once again for today.
Hey, we're making up for lost time here. The scriptwriters are like, no, we are following the show flow. We gotta keep it, we gotta fulfill the space and time. Map 1 was too fast, so we'll make it up with the rest of them. Even flight path overall, but it always goes over Intellect Center. And that's where we're going to see Expand and BTR duke it out a little bit. But now Toraka drops down by Zipway. I'm curious to see if they're going to send another scout, because they usually do that. They send out their twos to go out, search around the neighborhood to see if they can third anybody and get a free couple of eliminations in the process.
Now, let's see though. I mean, it's a little bit too early to tell, but a lot of weaponry is being taken right now. Expand though, despite of having a compound, I don't think they have the weapon to go against. When one takes down walls, and Koja right now, a lot of pressure, but it's Kyung who finished off Rama, and Luki, who's out of the picture in Intellect Center, managed to bring back at least one of their teammates. So there's still hope for Expand. They're not out just yet, but for WAG, I know a lot of pressure are on them. But Onyx Olympus, I guess the passive gameplay from Onyx Olympus can be their, I would say their survival factor later on. But with JOW going against Todak, a lot of engagement has been happening overall. We're not seeing a team being wiped out just yet.
Everybody's still alive for the time being as WAG face off against Onyx. But now that they have their full fighting force to kind of cover their boy here, they should be able... Wait, hold on. They see Crimex here actually trying to make the flank open, and they trade each other. What a shot from Crimex, despite getting Cassian as well as Zyro the next to fall with the help of Cyrus covering. Now, they do know that Putra is on the opposite side. They get the revive down. I'm surprised that T-Craig didn't immediately use a med pack straight off the rip, or maybe he doesn't actually have one on hand. It is a pretty early fight here. Yeah. But now Putra, he's quickly dropping down. The Riptide Rhythm has already been laid on the ground, but it's too late. It's just too much firepower from WAG.
And speaking of firepower, I mean, early engagement with, if you have the plasma gun, it gives a lot of on that firepower, especially the fire rate. But perhaps right now, Trogon in hand, Akoi would be taken down, and two more in target. DN will try to go in for that revive with a vending machine, but didn't get too close, and Noki putting a lot of pressure now. Faiz on the other side, even despite of the jump, he might be taken down, but no, DN managed to survive, and it was Faiz! I call that right, from afar. That is the great position for a sniper to do so, despite of all the chaos that's happening on ground.
Speaking of chaos, right, we go into another engagement. It is going to be Kagendra facing off against P Esports. P Esports, unfortunately, on the losing end of this, as Kagendra are able to bring back their members, and even the contract has been deployed to chase them out. They're going to be looking for every single one of the members of P Esports.
Let's see though if P Esports can bring back one of the teammates, but for Adam, out in the open, it's ABCD putting in one out of the 1, 2, 3, and let's see if they can continue on. But for Onyx Olympus right now, well, Deca Square, a good spot for them to recover, but with one being left behind, Zaru will be taken down. Now Kagendra putting pressure on Nero. And we're not seeing so much of the rest of the teammate for PE Sports. It is only Lao Ho, though, in oversight he's quite far. So if this is a bait and switch gameplay or situation that's being played by Nero right now, it's a little risky, but because up close and personal, easy for Raph. Well, not that easy to be taken down.
Oh, I mean, the first shot connects from the side of Nero, but it doesn't get any more. Second shot takes out too easy for Raph. It's as if he forgets, and then the valiant dash to break through the glue walls. Nero finally goes down. A little frustrating for Kagendra for sure, but PE Sports, they're not done with their meddling ways just yet. Luckily, there is a vending machine nearby to bring back their boys. Onyx, oh, okay. Onyx kind of split here. They did get their initial revive right next to a PE Sports member, to be fair. But now, where do they look to regroup? And it looks like they're heading towards the southwestern side of the map.
Yeah, I mean, it's smart for Onyx Olympus right now, so they're still playing to their strengths, survivability, as well as getting away from everyone. But compared to Pharaoh as well as BTR, these teams has been aggressive, not only for this competition, but even in the past, and they paid dividends on that. Most of the time, they're the first team to be taken down. Now they're taking each other out. Jump will not be jumping on. His legs has been cut. And for BTR, 2, make that 3, make that full squad will be taken down. So that's paying forward to what you did to jump right there, and that gives them a little bit of headway in terms of points.
Honestly, beautifully played. Beautifully played coming in from PR, right? Because again, they send jump out in a bit of an off angle, make BTR, who seem to be over-aggressing a lot of the times, on out of position or slightly out of position players, sending 2, maybe even 3 members sometime, bait them out. And considering that they weren't using the Cassie, there's no way to know where the second person is going to be, and they put them in a pincer, sorry, not a pincer, but a crossfire angle for the rest of the team. So nicely played, but WAG's got bigger problems to deal with, and that's Flash right back inside a compound that happens to have a court. Feels like Deja Vu, but with a different name.
Yeah, Deja Vu indeed. I mean, the Bell's About to Ring boxing gym is will be starting to KO a few, if not a couple of players. We're seeing a team being taken down as well. Like completely missed that because of what's happening between WAG as well as Team Flash. But Team Flash doesn't want anything to do with WAG right now, so they get away and manage to survive and not even losing any HP. But for Evo's Vine right now, they are getting away from Expand and heading in onto the other side of Mudside just to make sure that they still have the edge of the circle.
They still have the edge of the circle, but they gotta shake off Expand somehow, right? Because they're still on a recovery. They're still on the recovery, right? They don't have full loadouts to fight just yet, and one of their members still looking to regroup. Todak now having a face-off against Team Flash from Boxing Gym, just from one competitor to another. We'll see how Noki plays this out, because the splash damage seems to be good, but WAG in the distance. The Time Turner does initially come in, but Vidal's already finds one into ABCD. They get a second one as well. Even with a launcher, Flash unable to make it. Booyah Curse still in effect.
Yeah, the Booyah Curse is there. They grab the Booyah and they will be taken down. Well, not too early though, but I would say Team Flash could have survived a little bit longer. But Todak right now is just being aggressive. I know that they started week 1 on a high note, and now they want to get a few more, probably a Booyah, because out of those in the top 12, Todak's the only one who doesn't have a Booyah, but they are currently on 9th place. So survivability and elimination, is making it work for them, but not for the final circle. So I would love them to survive a little bit longer, but WAG says, stop it, Neptune. We don't want them to do so.
Yeah, I just noticed that Ray, he's running the same loadout, but he's making sure that his active skill card is going to be that Valiant Dash. So they actually are running 2 Valiant Dashes on their side. Cougar, even greedier, decides to have both the Valiant Dash and the Rebel Rush, trying to make plays by himself. Don, wait, he gets picked off from so far away. Where did he get shot from? Deanne manages to clip him. They quickly go into defensive positions in the blue, right by Museum. Do they really want to chase Deanne, though? Yeah, apparently they do.
Oh yeah, well I guess this is the reason why they're bringing in Rebel Rush as well as Valiant Dash, so that they can easily go in and out, and good distraction by jumping
Double
in,
kill.
and Sensi takes the shot against Dion, but Akoy says, alright, you've done enough already, you've stayed outside of blue, and I'm going to bring you back. Hopefully you stay with the group and don't stray away.
Oh no. Boxing gym is starting to get very populated here, with the boxing gym itself, the main compound, being controlled on the outside by WAG. Evos Divine very nearby, Torak on the outskirts of it, and north of them, actually directly across the street, it's going to be Expand. We'll see whether or not, because Torak currently the elimination leaders so far. We'll see whether or not they're going to eliminate Expand like they did in the past two maps 1 and 2. Falcons, they've been very passive. 2 eliminations, they're taking their time here. And not to mention that they've switched out Peter over on Fire for this round.
Yeah, I mean, let's see Peter back into play. It's been, I would say, ages since we've seen Peter, but I mean, we'll have to see though. They're still going in for the passive play. They want to go for survivability, find that final circle, and then that's where they start off with elimination. But it would be tough, especially at this moment, close to 10 minutes. We still have 9 teams remaining. But this is much better compared to earlier, because I think we were on the 4th, maybe 5th, and we still have 11. And once chaos ensues, even the team, or most tactical team like Team Falcons, are being caught off guard, and they are dying down a little bit too early than expected. So, well, we'll have to find out right now, because the blue closing in 15 seconds, and it just happened to show that next phase of the circle, and WAG seems to be a safe spot, but not for Onyx Olympus, because Pharaoh would be right next on them.
They're gonna have to take their time here, but it looks like Onyx, they want to find a spot in the ring as soon as possible. I'm not sure whether everybody has got prime loadouts. I mean, their armors are looking good. Helmet, just a level down from 3. But we look at EVOS, they always have prime weapons. They always have prime equipment and a lot of resources to work for them. They're right smack in the middle of this current ring, as we see that Falcons now having to engage against GOW actually bypasses them to find their own building to block off their line of sight. Good play coming in from the Falcons to stop the gatekeep from GOW. And the nade from Keroro knocks Dion.
Yeah, a God nade from Keroro in the follow-up with an M79, and this is the rush that Pina has been waiting for, the knockdown that would bring them closing down against GLW. Pickup will now happen, and Pina will just bring a hammer down against GLW, and tough luck for GOW. They have a good spot. They could have taken down Team Falcons a little bit too early, but they waited. And we were thinking that Team Falcons will be waiting as well. If it wasn't for that God nade from Keroro, that battle won't ensue as early as that.
Yeah, it also helps that you've got Pina playing out of his mind right now. Aggressive, so effective with this Valiant Dash. Oh my goodness. Now, we see that the number of squads still alive is rather astounding now that the southern side is actually pretty open for anybody, but nobody wants to take it because they all have a building of their own. Expand as well as P Esports are directly next to each other, while Torak as well as Evos Divine hold them hostage across the street. While Falcons, they can own 2 buildings, they completely dominate the north side of Boxing Gym.
That is one thing, though. I mean, earlier we've seen binoculars being used, and they spot Team Falcons, and now PE Sports has been spotted as well. So either way, whoever uses the binocular is trying to find a space that would potentially be the next phase of the circle, and this is what's happening right now. 6 teams remaining on where the next circle is, or next safe zone is, and this is what they need to worry about or to work with. If they can survive crossing towards that on the west side of Boxing Gym and go against the 6 players, they might get that booyah. But for WAG, they need to deal with Pharaoh first. They lost BLS1 already, but Decoy will not be slowing down, but X-Bor managed to take himself out after taking down taking out Jump at this point. And with that, WAG has lost the fight against Pharaoh.
Yeah. Oh, nice stuff. Nice stuff. Unfortunately, Tikori didn't get a reset on that dash, unfortunately, to do it again. But at that point, he tried his best. He tried to block off, tried to go for the revive. He just get cornered in too quickly. Now, Evos Divine alongside with Onyx have gotten into a bit of a scuffle, but they leaped in very early on. Riptide Rhythm has already been thrown in. I'm pretty sure somebody just threw an A1 at them. Not sure who did it exactly. I'm going to assume it's Evos, but there's a chance that it could have been straight up PE.
Yeah, it looks like. But PE Sports, very close to Onyx Olympus. Even Crime has peaked already on PE Sports, but that didn't make a move. So not quite sure what the play is. Onyx Olympus might be a loss later on because there's a lot of teams already jumping in. But speaking of lot, 3 levels of teams would be in here near to Evos, Todak, as well as Pharaoh, and, well, Team Falcons would be at a feast right now if they can manage to take down all 12 players.
Yep, they take the outside compound, but stay on the bottom floor. They nade spam in, position themselves wherever they want to, because they know that the main entrance to the bottom floor has been blocked off by 2 glue walls and is guarded by Aim God. Todak is in the 2nd floor, and on the roof we have Cougar, Zensis, and as well as Dawn holding out for their lives as Falcons is waiting for anybody to walk out of this anthill. On the opposite end, hold on, Onyx is taking on PE Esports, finally making a move after so long. They get the initial drop on them, and Expand they try, but unfortunately PE stands on top. No eliminations for Onyx whatsoever as Expand now gets involved. Hearing the commotion going on, LPT forced to give up his teammates. He ends up dying regardless. What a move!
Props to Expand. I mean, taking advantage of that situation and getting 3 eliminations, surviving. But for how long? Because they're very close to Evos right now. And, well, Evos being taken down little by little by those from afar. It is Team Pharaoh. So that can give an opening for Expand to go with the shift of the circle. But it will be tough, though, because Pharaoh's already taken the lead. Team Falcons on the back end. But Limit will be taken down by Noki. Kuroro fights back against Videls. And it seems like Team Falcons and Todak is trying to go head-on against each other. And it is Todak who's surviving.
Oh no, Traps, he ended up getting knocked out due to the blue. And Peter is walking up behind Noki! Pops one in the back of his head, and now quickly jumps to the other side. Fies locks himself out with the help of glue walls. A quick 360 of his own as PR, looking to get onto the high ground on top of the hill. Riptide Rhythm opens it wide open. Asha is able to take out Falcons as Falcons get eliminated first. Toda, the next to fall. Wait a minute, is Evo still around? No, they finally been eliminated. It's a 3v3, Pharaohs versus Expand.
Now let's see though, I mean it's a 3v3 situation, but in terms of being able to outsmart Pharaoh, let's see if Expand can go head on with 3 players. But no, Cougar, backstab might be happening, and there goes Loki with the Bison. Now they regroup, Sensi the only one remaining, as well as Dawn, but Loki is a little too quick on that SMG, and it seems like Expand can bring the Booyah, but no! Rama has been taken down, the pickup has been done with that heal gun. Sensi is now at a loss, will need to go with that play with an AWM up close and personal, and Loki might be able to do it with a sliver of health. Sensi still surviving.
Where did Vaults go? Did he get knocked off? I'm pretty sure he accidentally fell, but luckily Loki, he stayed alive, held it until the very end, and closed things out for Expand. They get a booyah here. Week 2, day number 1.
Oh, finally we are seeing a light of hope, not only from Todak, but also from Expand right now. Currently on 7th place before this match started. This can bring them up a little bit higher, but in terms of how much they need to cross 12th place, they need a lot. 54 points before this game, this map started. So hopefully this is a good way for them to earn that, but it's tough. It's tough to say that they will be getting 12th place after this game. They will move up probably 14th place, but I want to see more from Expand. I want to see more of this aggression in the final circle, as well as survivability in the earlier part.
Hey, that's just sometimes how the dominoes look to tumble, right? They took advantage of the scenarios. They were the very last team to get involved in that third, and they got big points because of it. So well done to Expand. We'll see soon where the overall standings is going to lead us and how many points they actually accumulated by the end of it, because there were a lot of small fights happening all across the map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, in talking about small fights, it's more of Pharaoh who's winning most of it, and as well as Todak. So I would believe that they will be topping the board right here, and despite of Expand getting that Booyah, they didn't put up so much in terms of elimination. I believe it's 7 elimination from final from last time that we saw it, going against Sensi, and it's still a good run for Expand right now. But they need to do more of this and less of what they've done in the first in the first few maps, because we've seen glimpse of hope for Expand, but at some point even Todak is taking them out. So it's really tough if you have a lot of opponents being ahead of you in the first week, making you lose momentum or not even gain momentum in week 2.
Yeah, no, that's the thing. I'm not entirely sure what Expand is looking to explicitly play, right? Because it feels like they're playing a very flash-oriented strategy, you know, kind of not interact as much as possible, but they are very keen on thirds. And it seems to be like a Malaysian playstyle overall, to look for either early third-party fights, or just get involved, try to be the last person in the large chain reaction.
Yeah, let's see though if this is what's going to happen for Expand, especially the motivation coming from this Booyah. But in a bit, we're going to see how it is in terms of stats as well as a highlight to let us review on what happened in that game. But I love the aggression as well as some of the teams who are, I would say, trying to survive but failing miserably because of how each shift of circle is bringing them to a awkward position. And talk about awkward. Earlier we saw Onyx Olympus going against PE Sports. That could have been Onyx Olympus's chance to take out PE Sports before the blue closes in, but they asked to buy some time and lost out with only trading only 1 point, if not no points at all in that engagement.
Yeah, no, there were a lot of awkward fights, but I think that, man, positioning was really, really tough coming into that, like, 4th ring, right? 4th, 5th ring. People had to make some early decisions very quickly, and I think that, unfortunately, for members of Onyx and as well as EVOS Divine, one of the two teams took a bigger risk, and they paid off big time, because, again, as EVOS Divine made that initial jump into that ring, they had to fight off another squad inside while getting peppered by Onyx at the same time. But from early fights, we're seeing that there are just a lot of chases, right? Nobody is getting clean squad wipes, and this inevitably becomes just free points for the rest of the lobby. GOW being a very big contender to contributing to the inflation of elimination points throughout this map.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, they struggled so many times, especially in this day. And yeah, there is some, like in Alpine there's a huge rise in terms of their elimination as well as points, but in most instances they are just the ones feeding the rest of the team with points. But for Expand right now, our MVP would be Luki, the sniper of the team, with Skylar, Suzy, Maro, as well as Moko, and 3 eliminations, 2,034 damage, and 3 knockdowns. Now, we're seeing from elimination not only from Luki, but as well as the entire squad. It's only 7, so I don't know how it has been spread out for the rest of the teams, but this is a result of being like silent all throughout until that final circle. But this is needed for Expand. They need this Booyah. They need to find that final circle and survive all those chaos. And with this, hopefully they can carry over and get away from the curse.
Yep. We'll see whether they can get away from the curse, because it feels like not a lot of teams can get away from this looming gloom and doom of being, you know, Booyah one game, no Booyah at all in the next. But yes, with 7 total elimination points on top of the extra 12, those 19 points are crucial. Ideally, I would have liked it to be 8 elimination points to make it one nice big round number, but still, the team doesn't really interact a lot. They highly depend on that first initial pick, if not the third.
Yeah, I mean, and that's one thing. That's one thing that you need to really change if in case you want to get in terms of a lot of points later on. But, well, we'll have to find out later if this is a motivation for them, because Vaults and Too Fast is losing out on a lot. Not only are they like not putting so much in terms of damage, especially for Too Fast. I know that Too Fast has that potential, but he's not bringing it in just yet. Probably the plan is to find a final circle, get that booyah, and then get the motivation to be aggressive later on. But looking at the build right now, in terms of the team, very much similar compared to what we've seen other teams. Again, the Luna will be there because of Fire Raid, Koda, Chrono, as well as Kyler and Tatsuya. This is more of a standard active build that we've seen for the team. But in terms of game standing, it was the Pharaoh who was the king of that game, of that match. 25 points, 16 elimination. And I don't think the second place can damage that morale because they put in so much of a fight in this game. Even the third placer, Todak, managed to get 13 elimination, taking lead against Expand.
Yep, a lead of only 2 points. And this is why I think that PR, they're good at what they do because they start getting aggressive towards the latter half of the zones, right? Again, ideally they want to kind of just chill out for a little bit, just wait until they have a good read.
Ooh.
But when they have the right conditions, you can really see them kind of bust out of their shell, which you don't see happen very often, especially during grand finals. But throughout the regular season, it is just such a staple play for Pharaohs.
Bro, look at this board. Those in the top 5 are the ones not getting booyah. This is mind-blowing right now. And you did mention about Pharaohs. I love the aggression in that previous map. But Todak right here is showing us great consistency. Being top of the board, no booyah. And this really shows, going back to our code, no booyah, no problem. But hopefully it doesn't carry all throughout grand finals. Only in the knockout stage. Because Todak, 11, 15, 16, 14, 21. That is the points that they grab on the first 5 maps. And they are on top right now. Pharaoh has been aggressive overall, going with elimination, but not so much a placement point. But it's easy for them, now that they're finding their groove, to take that number 1 spot by the end of the day. So hopefully Todak doesn't drop the ball on this final game in Bermuda.
Yeah, let's see, because again, Bermuda is a very standard map. Unless we get like a very skewed flight path, I don't think that's really going to change because they've been playing relatively consistent overall with their playstyle. Yes, they're getting a lot more elimination. They're getting a lot more eliminations. They're taking more fights more confidently, which is great to see. But more importantly so, I think that with the additions of PE, Kagendra, alongside with WAG, just so far showing that they are willing to fight, are making teams like GOW, Team Falcons even, take a more passive approach to the game.
Yeah, I mean, passiveness is... there's a lot of questions, especially for the viewers out there, for the fans out there who wants to see aggression. But passiveness has been a great tactic overall. But let's take a look at this map right now. I mean, it is RRQ who's taking lead, followed by WAG and AG Global. So RRQ is not part of our mix right now. Same goes with AG Global. So let's take a look as to who would be following them or replacing them. So WAG, Team Falcons, and Team Flash. And going back to no booyah, no problem, Team Falcons, top 2 in this map out of Group B and C, but no booyah yet in Bermuda.
They've yet to find it, to be fair. The closest they've gotten to is second every single time. But that was last week. This week might be a different time for them, right? And so far, we haven't seen them consistently find second places like they did in week number 1 itself. I think everybody is very amped up, and more importantly so, to the Falcons, whether they do good or not, they've secured themselves more than enough points to start qualifying to get a pretty high ranking overall by the end of week number 2. As long as they stay above 12, they're in a good spot. But let's look at team performance, right? Because in terms of team performance, EVOS is doing phenomenally.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, Russia are leading the pack with 27 elimination, followed by Coach Shield with 20, Ray with 19, 18 with Aim God. It's quite balanced with everyone, despite of the little bit of peak from Russia, because we know he's the wonder kid. He can get a shot from distance, and the follow through is being done quite well by the rest of the team. And for Evo Divine, we would love to see more of this for this week. Not just for this day, because I know they were left a little bit low after week 1, but there's a chance for them to bring themselves a little bit higher. Now, against them, or another preview on the team performance, is WAG, currently in 4th with Tikui leading the fray. He's not a sniper. He's just a CQC god for WAG, who's walking amongst God, and that's the meaning of WAG. Expor follows with 25, Cyrus with 16, Pilus 1 on 15. Now, this might be a contrast on what we've seen Expor has done on the sniper, but PLS1 is only new to the team, and so far he's doing quite well in terms of chemistry as well as bringing what is needed from a sniper. But we'll have to see more from this guy, just make sure that we can say that acquisition as well as the switch in terms of role will be beneficial for WAG.
Yeah, in the long run, it's always going to be important to be able to play beyond the scope of your job. That way, it not only gives you understanding, but it also expands the toolbox, the arsenal of tactics that your team has access to. I know you've been already talking a lot about PLS1 as well as Tikui, but man, Tikui, I was wondering about whether or not they want to mainline him, and so far, it is so worth it. This kid is nasty with it. He is enabling WAG to be a forward pushing team, right? A momentum based team to a certain degree. We haven't seen them like ram through multiple teams just yet, but considering the performance of Tikoi to try and clutch these scenarios, it wouldn't be too surprising if they led that way. With that being said, we are going to our final map, the classic, the place that you don't want to get lost in on your vacations. We make our way into our very last game. Welcome everybody to Bermuda.
Yeah, the green grass of Bermuda will get you lost not only into jungles but also all those fight that will be ensuing. But the flight path will be a little bit fair right now from Graveyard to Sentosa, but we're seeing a little bit of heat that might be happening in Graveyard, and the only question is who's going to be buried, whether it's BTR, Team Falcons, or probably Evos, who's quite close against each other. But other parts of the map, it is just quite fair as well. A few of the potential hot drop might be happening, but this is Bermuda, so OG map, OG gameplay, or OG ways of getting in and out of battle might be happening.
Oh yeah, let's see. This first engagement between Onyx as well as Flash, right? The spread of Flash seems to be good, but it looks like Onyx has got them into a pincer maneuver. The only problem is there's a little bit. These ones need to be won out by Flash if they want to stand a chance. Putra already finds one. And wait, did I just see BTR just fly in from the north side of Hangar?
It seems like it. It seems like it. They want to be that aggressive team once again. And while most of the team, they play on the edge of the circle. And now that they know that where the circle is, they will be looting up and then positioning themselves close to that. And I think Onyx Olympus has been beat in taking that compound, and BTR will just stay in there, pushing even Putra far away. Adam has the same thing going for them. So they've left Rimnam Village and might be going in a different approach this time. But for BTR, the Falcon Hunters will be meeting up against the Falcons themselves, and Limit will be the first one going down. And against that AC-80, that MAC-10, well, questionable on how that worked, but I love that they're making it work.
A high rate of fire, and then it just happened to catch out Limit in wrong place, wrong time. He couldn't respond to it with how fast that gun shoots sometimes. But on the opposite end, BTR is not done. They're still looking for remaining members of Flash, or even if Onyx was nearby, but it looks like they're finally making the call. Whoop. They're out of there. Ooh, shot out of the sky. Dix is going to hit the ground.
Oh yeah, Guerrero on his second elimination already, and might be seeing the third, but Pina, AWM, we seldom see a full squad right here on a marksman or a marksman or a sniper, especially for Team Falcons, but they're trying to make it work, especially in the early parts of this game. They want to get more engagement, more elimination, and trying to catch them off guard. It's Peter with SVD who goes for a long flank, and Peter was just a distraction, as he always is.
Yeah, Pina, He's been doing very, very well with the squad. He's integrated very nicely, but now we look at Pochinok. Oh, can he get out in time? PLS1 makes the launch pad, regroups with the rest of his team before getting knocked out. They know where Todak is coming from the northern side of Mars Electric. How are they going to set the battle lines? It looks like nobody has much... Oh, does anybody have verticality? Yes, there's a little bit of verticality that they can work with, but some of these pillars are really large and they can breach the perimeter. Puthra goes down. Keroro finds him. Clean shots from the side of Falcons.
What was Putra like doing? No, not even a glue wall, not even a fire back against Keroro, and he was standing there for a couple of seconds. But well, it is what it is, especially if you're focused on just trying to get into one direction or probably looking at the map. So let's see though. That is something that they can fix later on. But for WAG, feeling the wrath of Todak, who's leading the day in terms of points. And next board has been taken down. Here comes Tikui. 1v2 situation. Nay, let's see if it will work. No, they go for the other side. And Tikui would be taken down by Videls and that Trogon. PLS1 trying to get away together with Cyrus. But I think PLS1 is the next one to go out. A little bit too far though on that launch point, but no, still managed to make it.
But why? Wait, they do have pocket marks to work with. They can actually... Do they have enough resources? Oh, I forgot to check because they're getting trapped down by Traps himself. The Riptide Rhythm comes down to block his initial pathway upwards. He's got to come in there honest and clean. Cyrus, he's going to hide, leaving PLS1 to do the dirty work. AWM in hand. He tries. He's put him down to half HP, but the healing UAV is going to make it even tougher as Cyrus hits the deck. He's got to swim away. Swim away. Fly. But... wait, he's getting shot down. He's eventually going to go down. They've got 2 angles on him. Cyrus, this... not much you can really do about this.
Yeah, I mean, not quite sure about the decision, but probably it's because there's not so much that he can do. He's trying to get away, but he's at the edge of this island, and he just wants to get away from Todak, probably praying that he will be left alone, but Todak says, no. We're number 1 for today, and we want to stick to that. Now, 5 eliminations already on them. Looking good for Todak right now, despite of not getting a booyah in the knockout stage. Now, we are looking at the Pharaoh, a team that has been aggressive all throughout. Cougar has been taken down already, but there goes the takedown as well against one player up, Kagendra. And despite of only on a 2v2 situation, Raz right now is going in for a fight. Sensi has been picked up and is now recovering, but no! Will we backstab? No other than the double revolver.
Oh, that's gotta feel a little bad here. Akimbo revolvers, a Mach 10, and 1 Trogon was all it took. They had prime weaponry from the side of PR. They've been looting so good and now forced to reset. Now Mars Electric has been a hot spot. Todak was the one chasing WAG all the way down to the southern side of the map, but we do see just east of them, Cyru, he's slowly walking up with Putra. They want to get in on this action by Mars Electric. They want to make sure that their backs are clear and they're willing to do anything to get it because they hear the shots coming out from Death's side on towards Videls goes down as Todak tries to push in towards the Zom. He's trying to make it through. The Riptide Rhythms finally start to come out, and that should be it. Todak losing a majority of their front line already. Their last member booking it all the way towards the northwestern side, leaping to live, trying to be the insurance policy. But the fight is not over. Expanded as well as Onyx Olympus are lurking on the outside of Mars Electric.
Yeah, let's see though. I mean, Team Flash, I know they got a booyah already earlier, but they lost out on the curse from the previous map. Now, there's a chance for them to really recover and put in a few numbers more if they can take out Expand. Because Todak, yes, they get the 3 points already from that, but Aurora Vision, just to make sure that Team Flash will not get away from sights of Expand, but they need to keep distance. It only runs for a few seconds, and if they can let that Aurora Vision die, then they can pull a surprise hit against Expand, especially on how they are positioned. So, great position from Wang M right now, but it seems like 2 players from Onyx might put him down, and they didn't expect this to happen.
Flash, they took the remaining launch pad to get at least one of their members out of there. It's a 3-1 split so far, as the frontline members need to get onto the outer ring of Mars Electric, Adam. He sees all of this going down. He sees the members of Flash rotating out of there. He's got to communicate with the rest of the members before Expand collapse, but it's too late. Expand quickly jumping onto the Onyx Olympus members. Hwangam finds Too Fast, takes him out, and they might just turn around on this now that they've got the outer perimeter, and the Bax's Kremix is the next to fall. This one rotation from the 3 members of Flash is paying dividend as they even find Rama.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it's a good thing that Wang M managed to pull away from Onyx Olympus. It gives an opening for Expand to be taken out by the remaining 3 players. Now, it's Expand Vaults who's trying to waltz away from this fight, but I guess he managed to get away though, and the Blues closing in. 8 elimination from Team Flash is doing them wonders at this point, but Expand will be taken down from the hands of Cyru of Onyx Olympus, and I thought Onyx already out of that game, out of that area, but no, they hang back just to make sure that they can still have overview on where the opponents are. Down to 10 teams remaining, WAG as well as Expand already out, and we might be seeing a battle between PE Sports as well as EVOS and GOW. The only question is who will be going down first?
Not sure. Clock Tower is a difficult planes to play around. You want to control that center, but at the same time, there's just too much around in the area to control absolutely everything. Usually you'll have one other team contesting and then a one looking to third, but at this point, it's based off of sounds, right? We have GOW not too far away from EVOS, but on the lower side of things is where we see PE Sports just lurking and looking for angles in the underground.
Yeah, they took the tunnel. They went in a reposition, and they're out of sight. Unless a coda will be popped, then that's the only time they will be in visual for Aim God. But Aim God a little bit too far from the rest of the teams, though. But this is a good position as well if you want to get that information. And if you're in the middle of everyone else, then that's where that coda, that Aurora vision would be very useful. But I love that we're seeing the map right now, and we'll see where the next phase circle is. But the one's in trouble is Pharaoh, who's quite far out of blue and still further into the next phase of the circle.
Yep, it's still centering around the south side of, well, actually encompassing the entire area of Clock Tower, if I'm being perfectly honest. North side being taken by the Falcons here as they found a compound of their own to play around. Problem is that they have to clear it, right? They gotta clear it together. They're not 100% sure about the positions of everybody just yet. They know where EVOS was because they were on the upper ledge of it, but now we see BTR also coming in real quick. Limit misses, chipping just the neck of one of the members of BTR.
Limit's not waiting. I mean, the moment he sees someone drop in, he takes a shot and manages to hit it. It's just not a headshot to knock him down. And it's tough, though. Even if you go for a knockdown, you won't be able to confirm it. So it's just a waste of time as well. Well, not waste of stats, but it puts so much pressure on BTR right now to really rush against them. But the pressure is more on EVOS as well as GOW because they are stacked against each other and very, very close, and everyone else will be rushing in there. We've seen BTR done that. Launchpad can easily bring them to that area of Clock Tower, and there's not so much of hiding spot that you can use in this compound.
Honestly, I could also say the same about Falcons as well as PE Sports because they're controlling the 2 ends of the tunnels. Wait, hold on. Kagendra coming in from the north side, right on top of the Falcons, forcing the Falcons to make a decision, go in or take the fight. They lob the nades first, and Kiroro finds it again, finding an initial pick, forcing Kagendra to retreat. They go into the second form and lock themselves in there. Falcons stave off the initial fight for now.
Great gameplay, though. I mean, the knockdown gives them more time as well as put Kagendra in a difficult position. Because if the Blue Wolves will be taken down, then the other teams surrounding them are the ones taking lead. But Onyx Olympus will now be waiting against Pharaoh, and they want taken down. Even Crime has brought in the Monster Truck. Despite the Bush Truck being knocked down, it seems like Cougar will not be surviving that much. But no! Cougar is still fighting back, but finally has been taken out. But it is Adam who will be paying for the prize, and I guess the rest of the teams as well, receiving a lot of damage, but Kagendra will be taken down on 10th, and Team Falcons, they got here in Clock Tower with 0 elimination, now they have 7.
Yep, and now they can start snowballing this out of control. They know the next exposed target who has to make the hard rotation is BTR, who's literally right next to them, forcing into what I hope they know is PE Sports, who's been controlling the end, and they're already in full engagement. Pina, he's gonna call the rest of the team to get involved here. Even EVOS Divine is thinking about it as well. But for now, BTR must fight off LBT. He's gonna hold off on his own, but Dix is the first one to fall. Juan takes back onto LBT and finds the elimination as well. BTR control the area, but Nolan, he's got nothing left. No way to break these glue walls, and he gets pincered in by Kyung.
Yeah, Nolan has no one to play with at this point. Only one remains though for Esports, Lao Ho, who's quite far, and in a few seconds will be taken by the blue. So there's a huge risk in there, especially Lao Ho will be spotted by Picatron Esports. And there you have it, Koja, M79 grenade launcher taking him out. Onyx Olympus now trying to survive a 1v2 situation in the rooftop, but good thing that Sensi managed to recover. It's a huge chance that he can go for the clutch, but no, Sensi says, nah, I won't be staying that long. Into the hands of Wang M, and Team Flash ends the Pharaoh.
Alright, and finally the game ping pong is over. PR gets eliminated, but at what cost? Onyx have taken so much damage, and Kremix K, he's got to make it up with his many. Putra gets headshot by Torak's members, and now we see the Falcons on the high ground against EVOS Divine as they're trying to take that space away. Dropping down, ooh, even the Valiant Dash will break into the Lord's limit. Garo, he needs to find at least one trade into Rashia's side, who's put down to 1 HP, but it's too late. Garo tries, can he pick up limit? Rashia, he's taking damage, but the rest come out, they swing. Garo dies, and Pina left all by himself. Valiant Dash as well to try and lock them out, finally finds his demise. That's why EVOS wants to stay as four, closely knitted together as they work on their opponents.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's only 4 elimination coming from them. If they can take advantage of all position from opponent like BTR, even Todak, even Team Flash, then that's where they can stack up on those points. But it seems like a lot of pressure coming in from all sides, or from 2 sides though. Team Flash and as well as Todak, as well as Crime from above. So EVOS right now, only Aim God remains. The glue wall can save him, but they don't have that much. And BTR though, the first team to be taken out. Team Flash will be heading in 12 elimination already, and might be getting another 12 in the Booyah.
It's getting very close. Onyx of 1 remaining member. EVOS have 3. They managed to bring back up to his feet. But Onyx, there's nothing much they can do. It's up to Flash and Torak to influence this map. So far, Torak don't have to make any major movements as they still control the few remaining pieces of natural cover that the map has to offer. It's about to close in, but it's still enough play area for them to get shots through, and just enough to hide behind to heal. Now, EVOS Divine trying to figure out how to play this out. They're forced to move it. They want Torak's position. They're slowly making their way. The Riptide Rhythm is on the far end, but it's too late. EVOS are already committed into griefing Torak. Torak want to position themselves to allow Flash to get free shots, and it does so perfectly. Ray, the first to go down. Cochil next to fall as we see the rest of EVOS Divine down. It's a 4v4. It's time to Clash Squad.
At Clash Squad right now, 2v2 on one side, 2v3 on one side, and Noki goes down. There goes Traps for the rush, and let's see if he'll be able to get a lot of charge on the Charge Buster, but no! It is Team Flash for another Booyah in this game. 2 Booyahs in a day, and Team Flash is in a great comeback for this week. The only question is, has they brought themselves a little bit higher leaderboard, probably closer to getting the top 12 by the end of the week?
It was so necessary for Team Flash. It's great to see live scrims for Clash Squad right at the very end, where the stakes are high, just as much pressure like a tournament, the best kind of practice you can get, and it's really coming to fruition here. Flash, they are just taking them out. I don't know, man, because it all started with this initial pick, right? Now, wait for it. You'll see it in the death feed. Hwangam finds Loki right in the face, and that opens up so many opportunities for Zom and as well as Death to slowly plow through the glue walls.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, Team Flash, Todak, Final Circle. I would say for Todak, I love how they're showing up right now, despite of not getting any booyahs all throughout the knockout stage. And yes, no booyahs just yet, compared to what, 12, 13, 14 teams, or was it 14? 14 teams already have a booyah, 13 teams already have a booyah. Todak is part of the top 12, who still doesn't have any booyah. So I'm loving how the storyline is going, but this is something that you need to change, especially once you get to the grand finals, because we know for a fact that booyahs are that important that you would need to find a final circle even without any elimination.
It's so true. It's so true. You need to have some form of closing power, and that's what all squads need to think about, especially with the Champion Rush format, right? I mean, it was a little different during EWC where there was Point Rush and then Champion Rush, but even then, how much of a difference did it make compared to those teams who had some form of closing power to get to the very end? These consistency of the points is great to see from the side of Todak, but there's much to learn, and we can see that there are teams who continuously, alongside Todak, we're seeing that Team Flash more consistently are winning out their Clash squads, more consistently are getting into those final rings, and honestly, they were one of those few teams that I thought they just don't have the firepower, and they have to kind of cheese their way through. It feels like they really had some impact in this game.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, a lot of impact packed overall, and I'm loving it. I would love to see more of this, especially for Todak right now, but I'm expecting this to happen for the other teams like Kagendra or X-Band, especially with X-Band grabbing that buoy already. And you did mention a few more of Kagendra on how aggressive they can get, but it's more of like finalizing themselves. It's either with a booyah or a higher placement point, because that's, I believe that's the only thing that's lacking for them compared to those at the bottom 6 of the leaderboard.
I think they do have some form of closing power. Again, we see they clearly have the mechanics to get to where they want to be. In terms of raw positioning, I think they finally started to hit that plateau, because from week number 1 we saw that they can make it into top 6, but it comes at a very big cost of a couple of decisions. Here in week 2, I think it's become a little more evident that Kagendra's mid game is where they're starting to struggle to make those choices. More often than not, they get into these awkward spots where they just kind of have to fight. You've given yourself no opportunity to walk away from it, which I think is the big issue.
Yeah, definitely. Probably it's just the hype that the other teams are feeling as well. What you did in week 1 will not work anymore, especially with more of the motivation as well as momentum that's being taken by the team. But let's head over to the MVP right now. It is Death, who is not only bringing death to the opponent, but bringing a little bit of life as a support for the team with that Cassie, Olivia, that Ford, as well as Alvaro. It's not just a support, he's also the bomber. So I love this little bit mix of this and that in terms of role, but he brought in 4 elimination, damage, 3158. There's a lot coming from a guy who's focused more on giving health to your teammates, and also knockdown. So I love how it is with Death right now, the bomber support of Team Flash.
Yeah, pretty interesting with how he wants to play, right? Considering that Flash isn't the most aggressive team, it kind of makes sense, right? You only want to make sure that your entry fraggers are the ones who are going to be okay. You can still pick up the Valiant Dash as an active skill card that you can find on the battlefield. I'm pretty sure that they're running the Oscar on ABCD. Begs the question, what is everybody else running? Are they still looking to play with the Chrono, or again, I'm pretty sure they have Riptide Rhythm. The Coda, yes.
I think so. I believe so. So Wang M might have that Skylar Riptide Rhythm. We will be seeing more of the Coda. No, Coda is not there. So they switch Chrono for Coda for the Zom, and then ABC, you're right, Oscar is in there, and then Wang M and the Skylar and Cassie for Death. So Chrono, the time turner, really is like going for a comeback right now, and the Zom using that with a Thiva as well as J-Beebs and that Joseph gives more of chances, especially if one player is knocked down, you pull out time turner, bring him up with only a few seconds or even less than a second with a Thiva, and you're back in play.
Yeah, which really makes a lot of sense to how they want to play their composition, right? Have your Cassie player walk in, not even as a second entry fragger, but you have the Zom trying to, cause a little bit of chaos, walk alongside to follow through on the Valiant Dash to give Cassie a place to kind of hunker down, and as well as just raw line of sight for Hwangam. Generally speaking, it fits the Flash personality with the way that they play this game. But by the end of it, with 19 eliminations, you can't say that they aren't getting major points. 31 total points alongside with 12 placement points from the Booyah. Nobody even comes remotely close to them, and that's going to shoot them up in the standings even further.
Yeah, definitely. And that 31 points is the highest that we have for today. But speaking of highest, Todak on number 1. Though it's a little short on what the other teams has brought in, especially for the team of the day. RRQ on day number 1 has brought in 102. Falcons on day number 2 has brought 107. And RRQ back on 101. But Todak being there, staying there from the beginning up until the end, with less than 100 points is still good on my list. The only thing that's missing, though, that could have made them cross over is a Booyah.
Yeah, that Booyah would have set him right over the edge, but now the games are on. Flash with 162 total points push themselves up to 11th, overtaking AGAL as well as Onyx. Kagendra, it's really sad for them because they're at 14th spot. They are the ones who are right at the goalposts. They can't go any further. They can't go any further than this for now. They're going to have to wait another day before they can accumulate more points. But at the top of the leaderboards, we have Falcons, Esports, and even Pharaohs alongside with WAG. Just a great day for the Vietnamese.
Yeah, and for the knockout stage, best predator, it is Kiroro right now. I mean, we've seen him on a Deagle. We've seen him on an M590. This guy can clutch a lot of plays, can clutch a lot of games. Well, not even solo, not only the only one surviving, rather. He can just rush in, leave the rest of Team Falcons behind, and he can go in for that rush. But together with Pina, with 17 elimination, they have just added with so much more on what a team that can do. But for Todak, being the team of the day, grabbing a little bit of extra in terms of prize pool, grabbing 92 points. No Booyah, no problem, 48 on elimination. A team that we didn't expect, but now is in a showing.
Oh yeah, it seems like they found their stride. They found a little bit of their groove here, showing some consistency throughout week 1 and then finding day 2. It's building up to something, right? If we're following the pattern, that means usually on the first day that they play within the week, they do well. We'll see whether or not they're going to keep that up by the end of this week.
I would expect that they keep this up. I would want them to keep this up because so far, again, whatever they've done so far, there's so much promise that Todak is bringing for Malaysia. So I would love to see that not only from Todak, but also from Expand as well as Magna Esports, because these teams, there's a lot of hope, a lot of fans even out there in chat right now, but they have lacked in so much from the previous season. And there's a chance for Todak and the rest of the teams to really make it work this time around.
Yeah, again, I'm hopeful that they're going to continue to do well. I would like to see them continue to evolve and find that, that lethal edge, that closing out power that we're all hoping for them to achieve that Booyah. But right now, the competition's really, really tight. It's honestly too close for comfort. With Vietnam so fired up, it's so clear that they want to take fall seriously, especially after their performance during spring.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough though. There's a lot of heat that is being felt by other teams, especially from, well, both from Vietnam, Thailand. But Thailand is only being represented by Team Falcons at this point. And Pharaoh though, showing up little by little. But for those that we expect, even from the previous week, are not showing up. So I don't know if this is a play that some of the Thailand teams are going, because most of the time, at this point of the competition, they're already stacked up on the top. But before we go any further, we're going to go for a quick interview. We're going to bring it to our host right now and hear what the teams has to say. So we will be back and we'll be seeing you later.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is our team of the day. We have Toda, we have Trap. Congratulations, Trap. Wow,
thank you,
team of the day.
Alhamdulillah.
Amazing.
Alhamdulillah.
All right, so my first question to you is basically on the, shall I say, on the second day or on the first week, the performance was okay, but suddenly today you make a comeback. So what is the tactical and the strategy that make you come back to get the team of the day? Untuk Trap, kalau lihat pada minggu kemarin boleh dikatakan performance hari kedua tidak begitu baik tau. Tapi bila kita masuk hari yang ketiga sekarang, minggu pertama, minggu kedua hari ketiga, itu mantap. Tunggu dapat team of the day.
Mungkin sebab yang day kedua tu kita orang banyak mistake. Lepas pada day kedua tu kita orang rehat, lepas tu kita orang training, cari perbaiki balik mistake-mistake semua. Alhamdulillah hasil dia macam ni.
Alright, basically they have eventually realized the mistake that they made on the second day, so they make a rectification, they come back, they go back to the homework, they change in terms of tactical and strategy, and finally they make a good comeback and they achieve all the way for team of the day. So my second question, Fred. So based on your performance for week number 1 and week number 2, who is your considered the most team that giving a very good gameplay in terms of aggressive, in terms of tactical, in terms of overall? Pasukan manakah boleh dikatakan memberikan saingan begitu hebat? Ada pasukan Thailand, Vietnam atau Indonesia?
Falcon lah mungkin sebab kita orang banyak kalah fight dengan dorang. Mungkin Falcon lah paling kuat untuk kita orang susah kalahkan.
Alright, so basically from Trap on behalf of Todak, the most big opponent for this coming season is Falcon. Falcon giving a very good gameplay. They make a comeback, very superb gameplay indeed, and very tactical. So before we end for today, any last word to all your fans in Malaysia or maybe Indonesia? Right.
Untuk fan Todak, terima kasih sebab support kita orang. Jangan lupa hari Ahad kita orang masih ada game. Jangan lupa support kita orang. Thank you.
So from Trap, he's saying to all the fans in Malaysia and also Indonesia, please support them, give them the moral boost for them to make stronger and stronger for the next game. So anyway, take it all back to you, to all the region. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Shark. Malaysia really needs this, man. We don't even get handheld mics anymore. We get mic packs. It's come to this point. We need some kind of win in MY.
It's a good thing that we're seeing Shark as well, not only on the desk but also on like standing with the team. But right now, we've seen so much of promise from Malaysia. We've seen so much of promise even from the other region. But this is just the beginning of week number 2. There's a lot that will be happening in the following days, and this is just the beginning. So we're going to see you in the following days. I'm Neptune, and this is Gideon. We're going to say goodbye and good night. See you again next time.